Okay. What's up, guys? What's up? So, today I want to go over a few things. Let me see. Hold on. I'm just waiting for my stream to pop up in live so I can open it up here. No, no, no. All right. What's up? What's up? What's up? Okay, I have chat up now, so I'll be able to see anything y'all chat in. So today, this is a big thing that I noticed over the past few days. So I do want to go over just a couple things, right? I don't want to put on CNBC. What's up, Robert Whaley? Good to see you, man. Thanks for tuning in, bro. Definitely appreciate it, brother. Yeah. So there's a big amount of hypocrisy that I'm seeing in these riots, and it's starting to piss me off, right? So the main focus of these protests and these riots, the main focus of these is specifically around the federal government not being able to violate a state's sovereignty. Okay, now it's funny that that's the rhetoric that they want to go with today, because if I remember correctly, let's go to Google, and I just want to bring these up specifically for one thing and one thing only. So, do you guys remember in Texas when Biden and Abbott? Hey, thanks, Robert. I appreciate it, man. Dude, that means a lot. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, have a good day at work, my man. So, do you guys remember in Texas how the federal government was suing a state because they wanted to protect their border? Where is it? This was in 2024. I'm going to get to 2021 here in just a second. But yeah, this was last year. Not even, like, just about a year and a half ago, right? That this happened. And all of these people, all of these people that are out in the streets of LA and protesting in Austin and Dallas and Phoenix and wherever they're out, like burning shit, lighting stuff on fire, waving signs, protesting, all of these people said that Biden was 100% within his right to sue and fight Texas for maintaining their state sovereignty, for doing what they wanted to do when it came to the border. All they wanted to do was defend the southern border of Texas from people coming over constantly. And to all of these people that are out in the streets right now, that was entirely justified. There was no fucking problem with that at all. Because authoritarianism on their side is completely fine, and it's okay when that's the status quo. But then when the status quo is applied to them, there's a big problem. They're lighting cars on fire. They're throwing cinder blocks through the windshields of cop cars. They're throwing bottles of piss and fireworks at police officers. They're literally dumping trash all over the streets because they feel that their state sovereignty has been infringed upon. So where were all of these people when the federal government was suing states for the sole fucking purpose of wanting to maintain their own sovereignty? Where was that? See, Gavin Newsom's doing it now. Where was he to speak up for Greg Abbott when Biden was coming down on him for wanting to defend his state sovereignty? I don't remember that. Let's ask AI here, okay? Let's ask AI. Did Gavin Newsom ever support Greg Abbott when he... Corey Barton, thank you very much, man. Big soda, let's go. Let's go. I love it. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Did Gavin Newsom ever support Greg Abbott when he was trying to defend the southern border of Texas? I mean, it's right there. It's fucking simple. Gavin Newsom is totally fine letting the federal government infringe on a Republican state trying to maintain their sovereignty. Never once. In fact, let's read the AI overview here. Based on the provided search results, Gavin Newsom has not supported Greg Abbott's efforts to defend the southern border of Texas. In fact, the information suggests he's been in opposition to certain border-related actions. So, and I could read through all the articles and stuff, but like I don't feel like I have to. We all know this. But it's just funny that like a year and a half ago, not even, we had this exact same fucking thing happening in Texas. Exactly. 100% agree, Corey. Yeah, it's because it hurts Newsom's electoral vote count. Yes, they lose electoral votes, and then they're going to lose congressional seats as well. They're going to lose districts. They're going to lose House representatives. They'll have to restructure the entire map. Well, I guess they wouldn't necessarily lose like House representatives, but they would have to restructure their maps, which are like made in a specific way to keep certain demographics within certain voting blocks, right? But this exact same thing was happening last year. And all of these people, all of these folks that are out in the streets of LA right now, burning cars, throwing piss bottles at police officers, throwing fireworks at police officers, dumping trash like the good environmentalists they are all over the streets, spray painting shit, blocking roads. I'm sure all of them stood in solidarity with Greg Abbott and wanted him to maintain his state sovereignty. Do you remember that? Isn't that funny? Isn't it funny how when authoritarianism is the status quo for your side, it's completely fine. But the second it exchanges hands, it's a big problem. Not even a fucking year and a half ago this happened. not even a year and a half ago. While the articles mention Newsom opposing the deployment of National Guard to Los Angeles by the president, they don't indicate any support for Abbott's border security initiatives. Exactly. Yes. The context of the search results suggests a contrast between Newsom's stance and that of other governors like Kristi Noem of South Dakota, who did send troops to support Abbott. They spray painted the Kobe mural. Man, I mean, dude, see, like, that's the thing. These people that are out in the streets, they're not out in the streets for a cause. They don't give a shit. Like, I was watching AXN News. He did a bunch of really good shit yesterday, because he was, like, what it looked like on the front lines. Like, I don't know if he has any kind of, like, political leaning or anything. I just found out about this guy through his live streams of these riots going on. And that's another interesting thing, too. You know, how these riots, as opposed to the riots back in 2020, these riots are different. And they're different because now you have major news stations and loads of people going around live streaming all this shit. Like, I'm sure there was some of that going on back in 2020, but there was so much that was live streamed. Like, for instance, the other day when we were watching the NYP feed that was going over the riots where they were burning the cars over in all those Waymo cars, right? When they were burning all those cars, we got to see that picture of that dude with the fucking head wrap all over his head and without the shirt and like the fucking 2008 Hot Topic trip pants on, holding the Mexican flag, standing on that car. If you watch the live stream of that versus seeing that picture, you'd see that he wasn't in the middle of like doing something or making a statement or anything. He posed for that picture. Yeah, Robert, exactly. 600,000 damages just for the Waco cars or Waymo cars. 100%. Because they don't care. They don't care about that. It's totally fine to burden somebody else, the taxpayer, to these people. And to me, the way I look at this, right, is all these riots and stuff, they may say like fuck Trump and fuck ICE and all this. The only people who were getting fucked over by these riots is the taxpayers. So it's what it looks like to me, and this is an opinion, okay, so take this with a grain of salt. But what it looks like to me is these riots are nothing more than an affront on the taxpayer and an intimidation tactic because people don't want more tax money being spent on this bullshit. The regular everyday people aren't going to clean this up. The regular everyday people aren't going to pay specifically out of pocket for all these damages. It's going to come out of the tax money that they're already paying. And who knows, maybe they'll get taxed a little more by the local California government for this, right? And that's my big thing is this accomplishes fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. Especially when you can see the clips of people posing for these pictures that are supposed to be like so, you know, like Pulitzer Prize winning pictures, or you know the way that like these fucking journos they overgrandize themselves about how, but at least they didn't move a lectern 5 feet. Yeah. That's 3 of them tried to pull a sign out of the ground and couldn't do it, dude. It was fucking hilarious. Them soy arms, bro. Not enough protein. Waymo says they're pulling their vehicles out of LA and probably California as a whole. Absolutely they should, Corey. 100%. Why the fuck wouldn't you? Because, see, here's the thing, right? Like, yes, insurance is going to cover that. But then what about the car's insurance in the future? Those premiums are going to go up. So why the fuck would they keep their cars there? That's nothing but risk. You're now costing that company more money in the long term. So they're just going to say, dude, fuck LA. I'm not. Why the fuck would it keep our cars there? Fuck you guys. And that makes no sense. I don't know anything about Waymo or like their values or anything or, whatever. But I mean, it seems like they offer a pretty decent service. It's public transportation, Not anymore. But these riots are nothing but like, and again, that goes right back to the point I was just making, where that does nothing but affect the other people that have nothing to fucking do with these riots. Absolutely nothing. They go out, they destroy a bunch of shit, they burn a bunch of shit, and that's it. Nothing else. No more. Nothing's going to happen because of this. Oop. Nothing is going to come from this. At all. At all. They're going to sit and riot. They're going to sit and riot and burn shit down. And then guess what's going to happen? The raids are going to continue. So what was it all for? You just fucked up the daily life of everybody living in Los Angeles. And you did nothing else. And it's just so interesting to me how, like, the big talk right now is, why is Trump sending in the National Guard? Why is Trump sending in people? It blows my mind because instead of thanking Trump for protecting the federal building so LA can focus their police elsewhere, they're chastising him for it. And this is totally speculation, but that could be because they wanted these rioters to go to this federal building. They wanted them to break in. It doesn't seem like they wanted to do shit about these until Trump started stepping in. They basically let this shit go, right? Was it Sunday? Today's Tuesday? Yeah, on Sunday, you could watch the live streams of these riots and not see a cop for a long, like it would be like 20, 30 minutes in between you seeing any police, especially when they were burning all the Waymo cars. There were no cops around doing anything. And then ABC had said, well, the reason that they didn't send any fire trucks in there to put these fires out was because they didn't have the police force to make sure they stayed protected. So you're telling me that you yourself do not believe the people that are doing these riots and these protests would have left firefighters alone? And you just let these people riot for like 2 fucking days? And then when the president, who wants to protect the federal buildings, sends his people in, you get all fucking pissed off about it? It blows my fucking mind, dude. And the thing that really gets me about this, right, is like I was saying earlier, only about a year and a half ago, the Biden administration was suing and fighting Texas over the border. Gavin Newsom didn't say anything about that. He didn't step up and champion state sovereignty then. Neither did any of these fucking snake Democrats. None of them gave a fuck. None of them fucking cared. They only give a shit about things when it's politically expedient. That's it. And you know what's funny? Like, Trump didn't even violate California's state sovereignty. He was protecting the federal buildings. I don't know if it's necessarily changed. I can't tell you where this is. But as of yesterday, National Guard wasn't doing anything when it pertained to like crowd control, right? So what I'm guessing here is these guys are here protecting the federal building. I don't live in LA. Never even been. I don't really want to go. I might check out, Long Beach or something if I ever go out there, just to see if I could hold myself up on a surfboard. Yeah, this looks like a federal building. So yeah, they still, at least from the context I have here, they still have not engaged in any kind of crowd control. They're just on protection duty. They're just making sure that these fucking lunatics don't break the windows of federal buildings, burn down federal buildings, because that's what they wanted to do. That's what this thing was all about, right? But they don't give a fuck about any of this shit. They don't care. It's just very interesting to me how when a Republican wants to maintain their state sovereignty, and the Democrat the Democrat administration is fighting that state sovereignty like a year and a half ago to keep the fucking illegal immigrants out, it's no big deal. Oh, that's fine. Fine. It's all good. Don't worry about that. You're just being a racist. Greg Abbott's just a racist. He doesn't care about brown people. They hate brown people in Texas. That was the rhetoric. They totally supported Biden suing the shit out of Texas. Coming down on Texas. Other states, instead of getting federal assistance protecting the southern border, other states had to send fucking troops to Texas. Hey, thanks, Panchuchin. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you, man. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Welcome in. But it's just funny when that is the status quo on their side, it's completely fine. But the second that's used against them, and it wasn't even used against them. That's the shit that really like drives me crazy, because they're coming at it from the perspective that Greg Abbott came at it from last year. But Trump's not even like fighting California. Trump's just protecting the federal buildings. That's all he's doing. If he were to go over that, that's different. And we can have that discussion then. But as it stands right now, the 2,000 plus National Guard members and the 500 plus Marines, I don't know the exact count. I've seen multiple different numbers, but I know it's 500 or above, 2,000 or above. These guys aren't like going out into the streets and gunning down protesters. These guys aren't the ones popping all the tear gas off. They're not the ones shooting rubber bullets. They're not the ones doing any of that shit. They're just protecting the federal buildings. That's all they're doing. And it's kind of crazy to me how instead of thanking him for, hey, thanks for bringing troops over here so we can allot our police force to take care of these massive swaths of crowds that are burning the city down and leaving trash everywhere and throwing fireworks at our police officers. Instead of thanking Trump for that, they're chastising him for it. And these same slimy fucks were totally cool with the Biden administration suing a state for wanting to protect its border. This is absolutely bullshit. I mean, this is just why I can't support these folks, right? This is why I can't support these folks, ever. And I'll never be able to. Like, I will never be able to support the Democrats because of the way they utilize this kind of language. Whenever they talk about this issue, notice how they don't say illegal immigrant. They say immigrant. They're so used to having such unbridled, entrenched power. Sorry, my feed stopped on my phone. Just wanted to make sure I could still see chat and everything. But they're so used to having such unbridled, entrenched power when it comes to the narrative and the rhetoric in this country. That they just say whatever the fuck they want because they think people will believe them. And I hope they keep doing it. Because here's the thing. You can repeat a lie over and over and over again. But once you've lost your credibility, which they have, that's going to wane. The big lie, the one you tell over and over again, it only works if you have some semblance of credibility. And they've lost that. They've lost it. Thank God they fucking lost it. These people are fucking lunatics. Like, they epitomize the way they like to weaponize the word narcissist. It's the same thing. They're just talking about themselves. Instead of being honest, they can't do anything but lie. Because if they were honest, do you know how many people in their base they would lose? Seriously. I mean, this is beautiful. I hate that I feel that way about this, right? But it's beautiful because of how much of a massive fucking L this is for the left, for the Democrats. It's such a massive L. People are so fucking tired of this shit. And like, today, we don't even need to have security cameras everywhere and have Big Brother looking at things. Because people have their phones out live streaming this shit, and there's feeds probably to the tunes of thousands of, like, on-the-ground points of view live videos of this shit. Okay, they're cleaning it up. I was like, damn, bro. Like, National Guard isn't going to stop these guys? No, okay. They're just cleaning it off. Cool, good. But there you go, right? Case in point. That's taxpayers' money. That's taxpayers' dollars right there. The people who sprayed that shit, they don't give a fuck about that. They don't care. Most of them don't even fucking pay taxes. I would put money on that. That's the thing with this like protest riot culture, right? And I don't know how this built up. I personally believe it is nothing but an organized intimidation tactic against the voters, right? Vote for us, or this is what we're going to do to your city. And back in 2020, that shit worked. Biden won. People had to deal with an entire summer of riots and shit. Had to deal with the destruction of their cities. But they were also locked in their homes because of COVID, which that's not happening again. They were locked in their homes because of COVID, and their entire perspective on the issue is whatever they saw scrolling through social media. You had people like Mark Zuckerberg censoring the truth. People being kicked off of social media platforms for saying the truth. Back then, they were conspiracy theorists. Now it's just knowledge. But it's too late now. The damage has been done. Right? Funny to bring up that whole COVID era. Remember in 2021 when states started to like truly and fully open back up? But the federal government back then tried to usurp people's privacy, the Fourth Amendment, through OSHA. See, we have a thing in this country called HEPA laws, right? They were trying to violate those laws, giving people access with a card that said, I went and got this medical procedure done. Whether you agree with the shots, whether you got it, whether you didn't, I don't care. That's not what I'm talking about here. The federal government tried to usurp one of our rights and violate HEPA laws to enforce people getting a medical procedure done. And now these folks want to talk about due process and rights. Now these folks want to talk about state sovereignty. Now these folks want to talk about this and that and this and that. But when it was the status quo to violate those things to them, they didn't give a fuck. They don't care about these things. They want their people elected. That's it. They want to maintain California as the state with the highest amount of electoral college votes. When ICE comes in and gets rid of all these people, the people that do the census are going to be doing the census on a lot less people. Okay? When I did the census, just straight up, when I did the census back in 2020, I didn't have to prove that I was an American citizen. I just filled out the paper and sent it back. It was mail-in, funny enough. You know, growing up my entire life, whenever they do the census, someone would come to your house and you'd all like sit down at like a table or something and they'd go through everything with you in person. 2020 is the first year that the census was done mail-in. For me. It's just funny how those things change. It's funny how that shit happens. You know? But as these things go on, these people are out in the streets. They're waving Mexican flags in America. Avery, what's up, brother? When I used to pick up loads out there, there were times I would be outside in the open air and people would freak out because I wasn't wearing a mask. Yeah, absolutely. Authoritarianism is only good on my side. That's it. Well, first, the argument is it's not authoritarianism. You're crazy. That's not happening. Then it transitions to, well, it's good authoritarianism. We need that. It's justified for the public good. Right? You're a bad person if you don't submit to authoritarianism. That was like the meme, right? The meme that was, you know, the left in the early 90s was, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. And now the left in like back then it was in 2020 is, fuck you, do what they tell you. You know? It's funny how that changed, right? That was where my higher regard for the left when I was younger came from. Because it seemed like they were more individualist. They were the ones who were like, fuck the government, we want you to leave us alone. And now, it's the exact opposite. These people will bend over and let whatever Democrat is behind them, they'll let them fucking elbow deep. And it's just, it is absolutely insane to me. The hypocrisy of the way that they've dealt with this. You know, maybe not everyone sees that right, but it just blows my mind how people don't. Like their own people, right? I don't know how we've gotten here in society. It's crazy. Like the country has never been more divided. And you know, I'll say this, and this is where my tinfoil hat's going to come out, okay? But the CIA, in order to maintain and entrench power, is one of the most adept forces of infiltrating and toppling foreign governments through causing social divide, spurring societal unrest, this exact thing. And there's only one like political party right now. Just saying. There's only one political party right now that's in bed with the intelligence agencies, that thinks they should be bolstered, that thinks they should not be scrutinized. After the entire history of these agencies, all of the shit they've been caught doing, all they do is fucking glaze them. That's it. Just it's insane to me where we've gotten today, man. This is kind of boring feed. Like, are the protests over? Is this it? Has it ended? I'm not sure. Base chat, base chat, base chat, base chat, base chat, base chat, for sure. Base chat. Russia and China are gay for each other. Dude, chat, like, yeah, going through some of these live feeds, man, these chats, dude, it's so good to see it, bro. It's so good to see it. Like, that the culture war, I genuinely believe is it's being won in a big way. People don't give a fuck about this shit anymore. They don't care. People are just so fucking tired of the bullshit. They're so fucking tired of it, dude. And I'll tell you, one of the big differences between these riots and the riots back in 2020 is how many on the ground live streams there were. There were so many live streams the past couple days. So where in 2020 you would see like the aftermath of a lot of the crimes that were committed, these past few days we saw them all get committed. Those Waymo cars, we saw the people who lit them on fire light them on fire. Laughing, giggling. People standing up on cars going, wait, let me get my pose in before they take these pictures. Okay, New York Post is gonna. It was the NYP live streams the other day. That was fantastic, man. I mean, all right. Are these all live? Is this all today? That's earlier footage. So there's still some like stragglers hanging around and waving Mexican flags and stuff. And you know, luckily, once all these riots are over, the raids are going to continue. People are going to be tired of going out and wasting days and not doing anything and destroying shit and getting tear gassed by cops and getting hit with rubber bullets. They're going to get tired of it. And they're going to stop rioting. And the raids are going to continue. Avery, my man. Okay, let me, here, I'll invite you into Discord real quick, brother. 1 second. So, Avery, I'm inviting you into my gaming Discord just because I don't have a Discord specifically for the channel. So, but I run this Discord, so here I'm gonna send you an invite. Fuck, hold on 1 second. Where? God, dude, I'm only 32, and I'm like, there we go. Okay, just freaking stupid. I'm an idiot. All right, I sent you an invite, bro. we can just go to join to create. You should see me in there. Beham Buddy is my Discord name. Hello? All right. Oh, there you go. What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Not much. Here, let me adjust this real quick. Go ahead and talk, Avery.
Do I sound pretty good? Check 1 2.
Yeah, that should be good. I think that's about perfect. What's going on, brother?
Okay, sweet. Just cruising along. When you were talking about these riots out here and out in LA, it kind of reminded me back of when they were having the ones in Birmingham and Huntsville, and like there were bricks being delivered. Remember they were dropping off pallets of bricks and stuff.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude. Yeah, like so
Yeah,
La Fresca, the restaurant that I work at, the
yeah,
owner Marco. So the day after the riots, me and a buddy of mine went over there to pick up his car because we needed to, he had a Saab and the ignition on the Saab is like in a center console instead of being right up by the steering wheel. And he was having an issue with his ignition, so he just needed some help working on that. So we went to pick up his car, but walked inside the restaurant, and he had a shopping cart full of bricks.
yeah,
And when we asked him, like, where the hell did the bricks come from? He was like, well, you know, Publix was letting people like get these shopping carts because pallets of bricks were showing up everywhere around downtown.
yeah, yeah.
And that's
And it,
like,
you know,
go ahead,
go ahead.
go ahead, brother.
Well, it kind of made me think about like who who uh who is funding them. You know what I mean? Like you're like, who somebody stands to gain something from it because that's the only reason I think it's like either allowed to go on or even people are incentivized to do stuff like that.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. I mean, like look at, for instance, the Tesla protests. There were protesters out there that literally said like, I don't really have an issue with this or anything. They just paid me $1,000 to come out here and wave a sign around.
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean?
saw this. Yeah, I saw this girl a while back. It was like it was a free Diddy shirt, and she was like, this reporter showed up, and the girl that was wearing the shirt said, "Oh, well, I just got paid to wear this."
Right.
And you're like, where are we people to find these jobs?
Where's this money coming from? Why were
Yeah,
people so
where did
why were people so vehemently against USAID getting shut down?
right?
Like, this is the kind of shit that USAID was funding.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't
Somebody's writing checks.
in the top left feed, I can't see it all that much, but if I'm not mistaken, that's a based patriot out here with a Trump flag and like an American flag that's not upside down. He's got like a big fucking, yeah, dude. Yeah, yeah. Base. See, I think these guys are probably from that convoy. I don't know if anyone else saw the videos of that convoy that was going out to Los Angeles, but it was just a bunch of trucks with Trump and American flags on the back of them.
Huh.
Because regardless of whether they like it or not, this is fucking America. This is not Mexico. It might have been at one point, but you fucking lost, okay? You lost. Get over it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's the name of the game, okay? It is what it is.
You notice a stark contrast between, like, whenever there is a Democrat in office, like when everything can be completely going to hell in a handbasket, but there's no riots, no nothing. Like, it's overall, fairly peaceful, except for little factions, here and there.
Well, there's nobody funding them.
Right. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like,
yeah. Yeah, there's
everything can be going to hell, and there's no one has a care in the world.
Yeah, no one gives a shit. But there's no one funding this shit, dude. There's nobody. See, that's the thing, right? Is like, and the live feeds picked this up too. So now they can't deny it. The live feed showed trucks bringing up, like pickup trucks bringing up literal fucking bedfuls of these masks for people to wear and dropping them off in the middle of protesters. Now they can't fucking deny that. They can't call that a conspiracy theory because it's on video. It's on video.
I saw a video where all these people were getting out of this U-Haul box truck, and I guess they were just bringing them in U-Hauls. They were all getting out, all suited up and everything, Like,
I mean, it's just like that's the thing that I'm so glad. And I know this sounds fucked up, but I'm glad this happened. I feel really bad for the people that live there that have nothing to do with this. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just so fucking glad this happened because now we can see it.
Right.
We could see people committing crimes all over. There were people who were live streaming and getting like every person that smashed the window at one of those stores and went in and coming out, they were live streaming that shit.
Mm-hmm.
These feeds were everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So it breaks this narrative that they tried to make of this valiant effort to stick up for immigrants. Not illegal immigrants, which we understand they really are sticking up for the illegal immigrants because they're not deporting people who are here legally.
Mm-hmm.
You can name a couple cases where, like that Kilmar Abrego Garcia guy, where he had a withholding order to not get deported specifically to El Salvador, but they could have sent his ass to fucking Egypt. They could have sent him to Sudan. They could have deported him to literally any other country but El Salvador. But instead of doing something like that, which would be terrible, by the way, and this is just an opinion, if someone is here from El Salvador and you deport that dude to like Siberia, that's inhumane. If you deport him to Australia, that's inhumane. This is a guy who literally has no connection to the place, no family in the place. Just send him back to where he's fucking from. And they were such like valiant fighters for due process. Well, now he's getting due process again. They're bringing him back here to try him for human trafficking and a whole other fucking host of crimes. And you know what's going to happen? He's going to go to prison. And when he gets out, he's probably going to go straight back to fucking El Salvador. And as an international criminal, guess what Bukele's going to do? He's going to throw him in CCOT. Big W, Democrats. Big fucking W there. The guy was probably in a better situation where he was in El Salvador now. So your due
Yeah.
process, and I'm not sticking up for the guy, dude. Fuck that piece of shit, right? But
Yeah.
they they've made his situation insurmountably worse now. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and we're paying for him to be here, so we're gonna
100%.
pay for him.
Yep. Yep.
What is it? What did it come out to? Like last numbers? I haven't looked in a long time. I think it's like $40,000 a year spent on each inmate or something like that. Something ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. Which that's a whole nother issue that I can cover in a different video. Uh,
Yeah.
but hold on, I have a chat here I want to read. So this is Panchuchin. He said they are 100% funded. Got a lot of experience with it here where I live. It's common knowledge here. They are funded. Known strategy. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we here. So I'm in Birmingham, Alabama. We do have a Democrat mayor, but I'll be straight up. I like Randall Woodfin. He's a good Democrat. People can disagree with that, whatever. Because at least when the riot started here, he shut that shit down immediately. They didn't get past one block when they started to fucking break shit. He put the police out there in full force, stopped them, pushed them north, out of downtown. Fuck you guys. If you want to burn shit down, go do it in your own neighborhood. And of course they dispersed immediately. But in Birmingham, there were pallets of bricks showing up on street corners before the riots even started.
Yep.
Like
We had some delivered in downtown Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, dude, our director of operations for City Hall, he put out a notice to all the business owners letting them know you might want to board your windows because there are pallets of bricks showing up downtown. This is a Democrat mayor's administration in the city saying that. Okay?
Right.
Like this is just I'm just so glad that I'm so glad that we got all of this shit on video this time. Because people like me who were saying, "Oh, they're dropping pallets of bricks," I'd get called a fucking conspiracy theorist because of it. Well, now, as we can see, there's trucks dropping off face shields and masks to people. En masse. We sure as fuck did, Panchuchin. We all saw it. We all saw it. It was projected live to the entire country. Couldn't have been better.
Yeah.
That's why, I feel bad for the people that live in LA that have nothing to do with this. They they're just trying to live their lives. Here you go. People are showing up to yell at the fucking the Trump guys. Does that say Trump won? Yeah, that's right, baby. That's right. He sure as fuck did, dude. But I genuinely, I feel bad for the people who live here that are just trying to go about their lives, go to work, go home. That's the thing with LA. Oh, no shit, Panchuchin. I didn't realize you weren't in the U.S. That's even better.
Doing that where he's...
That's even better. Oh, that's beautiful. But yeah, so it sucks that this is happening to them, but it's just such a monumental L for Democrats. Look at this Karen right here. Nobody gives a fuck what you have to say. You guys have... Oh, you're in Europe. No shit.
Wonder what part.
Yeah, Panchuchin, what part of Europe are you from, man? If you don't mind me asking. Like, what country? Because I'll tell you, it seems like Europe has taken a nice right turn recently, bro. Um, and the entrenched power over there, the people with their fucking fingers and toes in the restriction of speech and just everything that's been going on over there are fighting that shit like hell, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's been incredible.
The best they can for
Oh, you're in Greece. Oh,
not
wow.
having. Wow. Doing that in Greece.
See, now, I get it, right? I get it. Yeah, like to the Democrats, the people who are going to vote for them no matter what, I bet he looks amazing right now. But to the general population, he looks like a retard. He looks like an idiot. He looks like someone who cannot get a hold of his own fucking city. And the thing is, or his own state, sorry, not his own city. But the thing is, if he can't take control of his own state, how the fuck is he going to take control of a country?
Oh yeah.
Like
The
this.
only time it even looked good there was when we had Chinese people coming in. That's the only time they had the city looking right.
Right, dude. Yeah, they moved a bunch of people who were on Skid Row off of Skid Row and cleaned everything up in San Francisco because when Xi Jinping came through, he wanted to show them how clean the city was. And like,
Yeah.
they're not going to bring Xi Jinping over there now. This might even be fucking funded by Xi Jinping to some degree. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, like, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, if anything, the flags and the masks and all that stuff are made in China.
Based. Fucking based.
Oh man.
See, that's the issue that the Democrats don't get is people by and large see stuff like this and it looks weak.
Yeah.
Like their point of view looks weak. We have seen what's been going on over in Europe happening for the past few years and the detriment that it's had on a bunch of different European countries, letting all of these people come in en masse, and they're still fighting for it here. It's the same thing with the fucking trans folks, dude. They're still fighting for puberty blockers to be given to fucking children. Make
All
that
stuff
make
going on
sense.
in LA, dude, that would not happen nowhere in the South. Nope. You want to hit my car with a brick, and they don't have guns in LA. The city doesn't allow you to have gun permits. Really, really challenging to get one.
Right.
I think you can, but it's like almost impossible.
Well, that's why this stuff's happening over there. No one
Yeah.
can fucking defend themselves.
Nope.
It's easy to destroy a city full of people that can't. It's easy to destroy a city full of people that can't defend themselves.
Yeah.
Hey, Panchuchin, I welcome you with open arms, brother. If you need someone to sign your paperwork, to fucking to like just have as like a reference or a sponsor or anything, bro, please hit me up. I'll sign the papers. For
Do
sure.
you have a contact info on your description on your channel? They can reach out and hit you on email.
I can probably find some way to. Oh, on the case. I find it ironic the complaining about military force when in Mexico federales drive through the city armed up and ready at all times. Absolutely. Well, on the case. Hey, welcome on the case. I appreciate you stopping in, man. Yeah. So it's that's a very good point as well. But the reason they're complaining about the military force is because it's it's against the thing that they want, right? Military force is only bad when it's against them. When they would be completely fine, I fucking promise you, they would be completely fine with the military swooping in and forcing people to take shots and wear masks.
Oh yeah. I mean, you remember during COVID when they were shutting down churches and there was people that didn't even get to see their family members that were ill in the hospital because they didn't have the jab.
Yeah, and on top of that, the politicians who were making these fucking laws were going to like entire dinners without masks on. They
Mm-hmm.
were going like what was it? Beetlejuice, the lady up in Chicago. I can't ever remember her name. Lori something. Lori Lightfoot, I think. So
Yeah.
Lori Lightfoot was going to beauty parlors and shit. Like, granted,
Yep.
that ugly bitch needs it, okay? But
Yeah.
still, like it's very funny how these people, Nancy Pelosi did the same shit. These people who push for these authoritarian laws, when it's for something they agree with, it's completely fine. But the second
Yeah.
that element of power changes hands, because see, all Trump's doing right here is maintaining the status quo, and he's not even see like now look, like you got dipshits right here in the chat on this feed right here. Fascist police state, okay? No. All they're doing is protecting a federal building.
Yeah, it was fascist when you weren't allowed to go to church because everybody is worried about being sick. Which you know me, I don't even go to church, but it should be your right to do so.
Absolutely. Where was the where was the fear of COVID when there were thousands of people in the streets burning down cities?
Mm-hmm.
There was none.
Yeah, that was fine. That was fine because it's on the left. But if you're on the right and you just want to go to church on Sunday, nope. You gonna go see grandma in the hospital, nope.
And see, that was Trump's that undoubtedly, in my opinion, that was one of Trump's biggest mistakes in
Mm-hmm.
2020. He just let that shit go.
Also putting Fauci in. Who in right mind would have Fauci in there? Jeez.
Well, so before he got literally everything wrong, he was the guy. He was from NIH. He had a long history with NIAID or NAIAD. I think it's NIAID. Yeah. But he had a long history with them, which it wasn't very good history, but Fauci was the guy. So Trump
Yeah.
just diverted everything to him, which that was a
Right.
massive mistake. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like discounting accountability, but at that point in time, it was it was understandable to utilize him because we didn't know what we know now.
Mm-hmm.
And the
He wasn't
fact,
really.
go ahead,
Go
bro.
ahead. Sorry.
No, after you, bro. Go ahead.
He wasn't really like. He wasn't. He didn't stand out so much because I think back then he was kind of like flying under the radar. Like there wasn't as much. No one really knew to dig in and look into this guy. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, and when you look at his credentials, with how much history he had with the NIAID and the NIH, it's like if someone has credentials like that, and I don't know about their past, and I don't know what kind of decisions they've made, that sounds great. Like on paper, that's a good option. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
completely
Yeah.
understandable to some degree, but at the same time, Trump also didn't give any pushback. Now, I will say the biggest pushback Trump gave, which was great, was not federally shutting the country down. He gave that option to the states, which was a smart move because now we know what governors did the wrong thing. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the biggest fan of Kay Ivey when it comes to the way she handled COVID. There's other things she does that are good. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pantuchin. I'm in a red state, bro. I'm in Alabama. I love it
Ron
here.
DeSantis did a great job.
Ron DeSantis did the best job.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my opinion. I mean, like he ended the lockdowns early, and then funny enough, right? All these Democrats, especially like fucking Don Lemon, uh, the dude that was on CNN for a long time, he was
Yeah.
preaching how people were bad for like going out and killing grandma by not wearing a mask and shit. All the pictures showed up of him on the beaches of Florida without a mask on.
Oh yeah.
You know what I
I didn't
mean?
even see that.
Like
That's
these people are
hilarious. Yeah.
they're fucking paid actors.
Right.
Only Mr. Bill here. I'll post that in chat. 1 second. Let me get this up real quick. Oh wait, here, hold on. Let me go through Chrome just so I can leave this feed up. This feed's kind of boring. I'm trying to find a hey on the case from Arkansas, dude. Nice, Arkansas representing, brother. Okay. Let me see if I can get into my stream so I can post real quick. All right. So, on Twitter, handle is Lowerclass, but my tag is gonna be. That's my Twitter posted in chat. I'm not very active on Twitter. I'll be honest. I I could be more active on it. It's probably something I should look into for sure at some point. Yeah, see, I'm a the things like Kay Ivey has done a lot of good things in Alabama. So for the things that I dislike her about, there it's just outweighed by the things that I agree with her on. You know, especially like with constitutional carry laws and stuff that she established here. That's the fucking that's the big boy right there. Like when she said like Alabama's going to be a constitutional carry state, I was I was a big fan of old Meemaw, bro, for real. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And now it's like how many states are constitutional carry now? Like Florida's one, right?
I'm not sure actually. Here, let's find
I
out.
hadn't seen that map in a while, but there's a map and you can travel all these different places and still be constitutional carry.
29. So over half the country.
29 states. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
So it's Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Texas, Kentucky, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Mississippi. Maine?
That's surprising.
Hey, Abe, what's up, dude? Welcome to the chat, brother. Thanks for stopping in, bro. But yeah, Maine blows my mind. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, New Hampshire. New Hampshire does too. Holy shit! Wow. North
So all the
Dakota.
states that matter.
Yeah. North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, West Virginia, and Wyoming. There's a couple on there that actually like surprised me. For real. Like Maine,
Yeah,
that
Maine is
surprises
definitely
me.
not
New
top.
Hampshire surprises me. Vermont surprises me. Like that's crazy.
And I bet you that if you were traveling from one constitutional carry state to another one, that most officers would probably let it fly because you're you're just traveling between. I bet you most officers would be cool with it.
Yeah, yeah. Like now, I understand. Does Alabama have castle doctrine? Stand your ground. Sorry, I don't know. Honestly, I'm actually not from here, bro. I'm from Florida. So let's find out. Does Alabama have I'm pretty sure it does have castle doctrine. It might have stand your ground and stand your ground laws. Yeah, it has both. Oh, Panchuchin. Well, it is. Vermont is blue as fuck. That's what I was saying. Like, it fucking blows my mind that they have constitutional carry. That's crazy.
If you and what state are you talking about? Vermont?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vermont Vermont is like a lot of these other states where like if you look at the map, if you zoom in, like the state itself is blue, but if you look at the map per like city and per district, it's very red. And the whole area, Vermont is very rural. It's a very country. It's southern or not southern by the world standards, but it's like rural and woodsy. So it's blue because of like two cities, but the
Yeah,
whole
right.
state is red.
Well, I mean that's how most of these states are. Like if you look at California, all the big cities along the coast, are blue, but you go about 20 minutes east into like the more rural parts of California and it just bleeds red to the border.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty wild. Abe, 2A for the win. That's right. That's fucking right, goddammit. Yeah, Panchuchin for sure. Yeah. No, and I mean like that's the thing. So like the biggest issue in Birmingham when it comes to like the whole gun thing, there's no issue with the guns. Pardon me. Let me rephrase that. It's not the issue with the guns. There's just such a high unaliving rate here, and it's obviously not done with legal guns. But that's not like and sorry, that was my point. The high unaliving rate is done with guns that are not legal. Constitutional carry probably saves more lives here than it does take lives.
100%.
I mean, like seriously.
And it doesn't even matter whether constitutional carry was a rule or the law or not. It wouldn't matter if you get caught with a legal gun or you get caught and you got stuff on your record. You can't have it anyway.
Right.
So all it does is it makes law-abiding people that stay out of trouble have easier route to carrying, which is good.
Yeah. Yeah. See, like with Birmingham's it's a blue city. We have a Democrat mayor, but there's just so much entrenched like red all around, especially in like the highest income areas in the Birmingham metropolitan area that they like we have a moderate Democrat as a mayor, you know? And see, I don't mind that. I don't mind a moderate Democrat, you know? Like that stuff doesn't bother me at all.
And Alabama Democrat, for the most part, is like it's basically a California conservative.
Fair. That's fair, dude. Well, see, cause like we don't have a fucking Black Lives Matter street, or a street painted like a fucking pride flag. You know what I mean?
No.
Like we don't have any of that shit in Birmingham.
And for the most part, Alabama has been mixed race for so long. Everybody, for the most part, gets along.
Abe, you know what? I'm gonna look that up. Abe says, interesting data point would be what political party has the higher self-unaliving rate. I'm gonna look that up right now for us. But I'll tell you, I already,
guess.
I think it's a pretty safe guess. What's up, Robert Whaley? Welcome back, man. Thanks for coming back, dude. Thank you. I appreciate the support, brother, for real. All right, what political party has the highest rate of self-deletion? AI overview is not available for this search.
We got to get to the bottom of this.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me, it's a good point. Let me look this up. In a different browser. Womp womp. It is what it is, bro. What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Hey, I'm not monetized yet, so it's okay. They can strike me and get mad, but I'm not making any money off of YouTube yet.
They gave you a strike?
I've only gotten one strike so far, and it was one of my older. It was one of my older streams because I had a fucking Grateful Dead song playing in the beginning of it, so I just don't even play music anymore.
Yeah.
All right. See, now here's okay. So the way they word this is funny because the way they're saying this on here is Republican counties have the higher self-deletion rates. But that's not saying who's doing it, right?
Yeah. What are they registered as?
Yeah, yeah.
They registered with an R at the end of their name, or?
Well, yeah, like, so it's saying that people in red counties have a higher concentration of that, but it's not saying what people. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Haha. Oof. All right. Okay. So there's this graph right here that I'm looking at. I know you guys can't see it, but this graph right here is saying rates out of 1,000. It's pretty much equal, man. I mean, it's honestly. Oh, this is from 1996. Man, that's not. That's old, dude. It's old. Oh, fuck, Robert. That's terrible, man. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I just saw that. That's awful. And it's a terrible thing, right? Like, let's talk about a different a different subject. It's putting a damper on it, you know. But Abe, we'll definitely retouch on this subject at some point in the future, for sure. Why? Hold on. But anyway, so back to the topic at hand. It's it's absolutely crazy. Why? Why does it keep doing that? It's absolutely crazy to me that not even a year and a half ago, the federal government was suing Texas for trying to enforce its own border, would not send any aid, was fighting Greg Abbott tooth and nail to keep him from enforcing the southern border. So when it comes to state sovereignty, then fuck it. It doesn't matter. But the funny thing is, Trump isn't even trying to fucking... He's not sending the military in there to usurp anything. He's just protecting federal buildings. And now this is such a classic idea of government overreach. Yeah, well, what about a year and a half ago? It wasn't that long ago that Greg Abbott was begging for help to secure the southern border, sent the Texas National Guard. Biden tried to federalize their National Guard because of it. And Kristi Noem was sending people down from South Dakota to assist in the securement.
I think a bunch of states,
exactly right.
Alabama and Florida and a whole bunch of states chipped in to help Texas.
Yeah, no, they did. But yes, Robert Whaley, 100%. It's fucking different. It's different. That's the key right there. It has nothing to do at all whatsoever with state sovereignty. They don't care about that when it isn't politically expedient for them. They're like, the Democrat Party is the party of fucking buzzwords. They don't give a shit about anything that they talk about until it's politically expedient. And this is something we were talking about the other day, right? The thing we were talking about the other day was, one of the Democrats' big fucking talking points is the environment. And they're burning electric cars. It was like 6 or 7 of them in a row on the street. And people were asking the other day, they were like, well, where's all the fucking climate protesters? They must not have just gotten the memo.
And the amount of carbon, the amount of toxicity off of one of those cars burning is insane. It's way worse than a gasoline car.
Right. We're talking about lithium, plastic, rubber, polyester.
A guy told me one time, I was delivering a bunch of there were these plastic things that they put under cars. They're like kind of like tubs, like a bathtub, but they go under cars. Well, I was delivering a bunch of them, and I asked the guy, I said, why are you getting all these? He said, well, we're getting more and more Teslas come into this yard that are being decommissioned. They're beyond repair or something like that. And he said they had to put the plastic under it because the lithium and cobalt and all that stuff would leach into the ground, and it would cause a superfund, which is basically, if you look up superfund, it's basically when the groundwater is so toxic that no one within a certain radius can drill well water around it.
Here's something funny that we can watch real quick. Hold on. This is a New York Post. It got posted 5 hours ago. Cops detain CNN crew covering Los Angeles riots. Just, I need to play like the Benny Hill theme behind this shit, dude.
Boots. from my friend Jock.
Your whole crew right here?
Yep, this is it.
We're going to take them all out one at a time so you guys all catch up at the other end.
Walk straight down this way?
We're going to walk, officers are going to walk you down that way, okay?
Okay.
So what I need from you is to put your hands behind your back. They're going to walk you. Yeah, you hold on your paper.
How are you? I'm well, thank you. How are you? Yeah.
Just got shot in the head.
Yeah.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA. Whoa! You just shut the fuck up!
You okay?
I'm good.
Are you okay?
You know, I got to say this, okay? See, why are they bringing this up? None of these guys are with Trump. This is all California State Police, different counties, sheriffs, and and LAPD. See, for me, I can't lie.
Some dungeon entrances and top heroes are.
I like seeing reporters get hit. Sorry, like you know, they're not out there to support anything. They're out there for money. And if you want to stand that close to the line and not watch where the fuck you're going, you're gonna be in you're gonna be in the line of fire. It is what it is, right? They're not getting shot with bullets. They're getting shot with LTLs, bro. They're getting hit with rubber bullets and bean bags and pepper balls, dude. You're not gonna die. Yes, it sucks. I've been hit with OC spray. It's fucking miserable, okay? But at the same time, you're not gonna die. You'll be fine in a few days. Just get the fuck over it, you know? But if you're out there, you're kind of fucking around and finding out. So I hope this story was good enough, and I hope it got you some money. But rip bozo, you put yourself in that position, okay? All right, let's see.
It would be kind of fun though to be out there. Not gonna lie.
Without a doubt, but I would go out there with a drone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't want to
that
be
makes
in the
a
line.
lot more sense.
My biggest thing is I don't want to be lumped into any kind of 100%. They talk us into wars. Exactly, Panchuchin. Exactly. These are the same people who will spur this shit on, and they call it peaceful. Fuck these folks, dude.
I feel like sometimes these reporters say stuff that's just so far out of left field. Like it's so badly wrong just because it's entertaining. Like just to be that big of a
Like
liar.
I bought a pair of boots.
Reporters make me sick, bro. They really do.
Mm-hmm. You remember Chaz when they had Chaz? That was it called the Capitol Hill
Autonomous Zone. Yeah.
yeah.
Chaz and
And they're out
Chop.
there. Yeah. I think Chop was a better name for it because it definitely was a chop.
Yeah, it was a crock of shit. Yeah. But no, dude. That was a whole mess because they literally pushed police out and told them not to come in. and would throw shit at the cops that would come near it and say, fuck you, pig, and all this stuff. And then when people started shooting each other inside and robbing each other and beating people half to death, and people were getting sick and ODing, of course they're going to call the police. Why won't you come in and help us? Go fuck yourself. Fuck around and find out. But, you know, as this stuff goes on, this is not a W. This is not a W. I don't know how they think it is. And whoever's funding this understands that this has nothing to do with the issue. It has to do with the intimidation of the voters locally. Vote for us, or this is what's going to happen. Bottom line. I can't see it any other way. Honestly. And people are getting fucking tired of this shit. See, this is the thing. This right here, this is what justifies authoritarian behavior. Justifies it. I'm not saying Democrats were justified in their authoritarianism, but this is what's going to have the federal government coming in and start fucking shutting shit down.
Yeah, because it's cause and effect. It's like, you know, it's getting so bad. We need more and more police. We need more and more law and order, and that gives them the right to increase the budget for the police department. It just causes an increase of pretty much the very thing that they're supposedly protesting.
Right, that's what I'm saying. This is not the W they think it is.
Yeah.
This is going to end in an L for them. And good. Good. Fuck them. Seriously. They're a bunch of snakes that weaponize people's empathy against them. And when they can't weaponize it anymore, this is what they do. Intimidation tactics. It's fucking extortion, dude. You're a bad person if you don't feel bad for this poor oppressed person or persons or group of people. This is the problem with collectivism. Panchuchin, what should be edited in? Sorry, I'm just missing the context on that comment. I'm just curious. Yes, correct. It's only a W for digital passports, absolutely. Yeah. For the fucking database. This is such a massive L. This shit doesn't attract anybody, dude. It doesn't attract anybody. When everyone was locked in their homes and they couldn't see all these people doing all this shit, and they just saw the aftermath, it might have done something. But we see it all. We can tell it's organized. We can see there's money put behind these things. This is not an organic protest, riot. None of this shit's organic. People didn't just come together to start doing this.
Most people can't even afford rent right now, much less to be off work to protest.
Well, you know, a lot of these fucking losers aren't. They probably don't have jobs, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like these fucking dipshits that are out here doing this stuff.
They got to be getting paid to do it, because there's no way that any, I mean, I would, if I was really passionate about something, I might take off work like maybe one day, but there's no way I'd be able to just be off for extended periods of time.
Yeah. And to piggyback off of that, people who work and pay their taxes, especially with the tax rates in California, they're not going to want their taxes going to cleaning up the mess that they're making. The fuck does, like, at least I wouldn't, right? So I can speak for myself. I can't speak for someone else along those lines. Maybe there are people dumb enough to think like that, but I already don't like my tax dollars being taken out of my check.
Right.
But I mean, I pay it because I understand the necessity in it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I get it. I to a degree, I get it, right? But I don't want that being wasted cleaning up after some dipshit that's lighting cars on fire. Like, what fucking sense does that make? Because you know that's what they're going to advocate for now. They're going to advocate for more tax money coming in so they can allocate it to cleaning up other people's fucking tantrums. Dude, that's crazy.
And car insurance is probably going to go up as a byproduct of it.
Oh, dude, I forget who was telling me. I think it was Panchuchin said it earlier. Hold on, Panchuchin, I just saw your comment. Do you Americans think that California will ever turn red? I'm not sure. I think that with all these mass deportations, it's definitely going to change the voting block. And there was a hard red shift this last election. Holy, bro. Like, the red shift that California took was pretty vast. Here, let's pull this up real quick.
Yeah, you should be able to see the election map, and you can click on the state and it'll zoom in.
Because there's like a shitload of Republican all right, so Trump saw a small shift towards Republican Party in the state, increasing his vote share by 4 percentage points compared to 2020, winning 38.3% of the vote. So he won almost 40% of California versus like just under 35%. So I guess it wasn't that massive of a shift. But yeah, 10 counties flipped to Republicans. LA County obviously didn't flip. I mean, like, you can see that. While there was a noticeable shift to the right, California remained a largely Democratic state. Now, see, here's the thing. So when it says that he increased his vote share by 4 percentage points, what they're not telling you is that also decreased. No, absolutely. It's 100% good. For sure. It decreased her share by 4 points. So that's an 8-point difference. Because when he was 30, let's take off the percentage point just because I'm a pea brain and I can't do math like very good. So he had, let's say he had 34% in the last one. That meant Joe Biden had 62%. No, 66%. So that's 34 to 66. Now it's 38 to 62. You see what I mean?
I don't know if California will ever become a red state just because of the amount of people there that are on some kind of public assistance. Like 34 or 35% of all Californians are on Medicaid or Medi-Cal.
Yeah. Yeah, and they all think that Donald Trump's going to, like, cut their Medicaid and Medicare. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, See, and like looking at it from an outside perspective, even, what politician would ever do that? That is political suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Sorry, I said the word. Whatever. I'm not monetized yet, so I'm not worried about that. I keep forgetting about YouTube's TOS. I might need to look that up just to get more familiar with it. Because if I plan on monetizing this channel, boy, I'm
You'll be
gonna
getting
I'm
hits
gonna have
left
to
and
tighten up the
right.
way I talk about things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But no, it's
Yeah, so here's a stat here. It says 1/4 of California families receive welfare benefits.
oh yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah. That's insane. That's absolutely
Yeah.
insane. No wonder they're a deep blue state.
Cover that. Yeah.
There's not
They'd
too
have
much
to have
going on.
taxes.
Huh?
They'd have to have taxes at over 25% just to break even.
Yeah. But they do charge taxes to government benefits, don't they?
I don't know.
Let's see. Unemployment compensation. Oh, that's insane. Wow. And so see, this is another thing that kind of pisses me off, right? So, no, generally welfare benefits are not considered taxable income by the IRS. That's SNAP, TANF, Section 8, healthcare benefits. I'm okay with healthcare benefits. I understand that. And supplemental security. I get healthcare, right? And I do get food stamps to some degree. But people who entirely live off of the system, there is no reciprocity that's been instituted into this. And that's like, you can't blame people for wanting to do away with a lot of this stuff. Because the rest of the country says, well, it's in your social contract. Well, what about theirs? What about the people that are receiving these things? Where's their fucking social contract?
It makes sense why they can have so many protests out there because so many people are unemployed. And they're
Yeah.
getting benefits.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like,
They're getting a disability check or
because they have ADHD or they're bipolar or something. You know what I mean? Like, they have the capability to work. They just live off the government because they're fucking lazy. Those are the people that I have a distaste for. Seriously.
And when I was in Redding, California, they at the time, and I don't know if this still exists, but when I was there, I was told, hey, yeah, if you go up to the Social Security office or whatever office you go to, you could get food stamps same day. And I was like, really? Same day? They're like, yep.
Hold on. I think Trump's at Fort Bragg right now. All right. Let's see what Trump's got to say to our fine soldiers out there at Fort Bragg.
The flag high, and you will do something that's become quite a famous little phrase also, but you're a hell lot braver than me. You will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army. Thank you very much.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 29th Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
Chat, what's your opinion on Pete Hegseth?
Well, good afternoon, Fort Bragg. It is Fort Bragg, isn't it? Let me tell you, what a privilege it was to be just a few miles away from here, watching a sheer demonstration of military power from the All-Americans. It's incredible. I wish every American could stand in that field and watch 600 paratroopers fall from the sky after preparatory fires and assault on the objective. That's sheer American firepower. But you know what I wish Americans could also see? What I get a chance to see every day, what other members of the cabinet get to see every day, which is our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump, putting America first. It doesn't matter the situation, whether he's meeting with foreign
on the case,
leaders,
I agree.
or meeting in the Oval Office, or
I
he's
agree, I am
talking to
too.
soldiers. He's the same leader we know and love. He's laser focused on America first, on peace through strength, and on supporting our American warfighters and vets. You know exactly where his compass is. You know exactly what he believes. And what I tell troops when we travel across the world, and I've had a chance to meet so many of you fine Americans, what I always say, the message from our Commander-in-Chief is, he has your back. That matters. Let me tell you, I've been, not that long ago, in shoes and boots similar to yours. And when I was going on a mission, or I was about
Avery,
to
can
take
you hear
part
it?
in something that was uncertain,
No.
involved complications, the fog of war,
Oh shit.
all I
Okay,
wanted to know
hold on.
was
I don't know what's going
It's,
on with this.
I'm in the Discord though. That's how I'm talking. I'm not listening.
Oh, okay. Got it.
I'm in the Discord server.
All right. Oh fuck it. That wasn't even the topic that I was trying to bring up today. I can watch that at another time. I'll watch it later. It seemed like when I got in, it had just ended, so I can go over that later. But that's the biggest thing to me, right? When it comes to these riots, just some different things that we've covered so far. So first, they're incredibly worried about government overreach, quote unquote, but they didn't give a shit about it a year and a half ago when Biden was doing that to Texas. They didn't give a shit about that when Biden was essentially weaponizing OSHA to keep people out of the public and working because they wouldn't get a medical procedure done, which is what the shot was. It was a fucking medical procedure, whether you like it or not. But now that same status quo is being used against them, it's a bad thing. Trump is the evil guy. He has to be the evil guy.
if he didn't do anything and he just left it to them, he's like, look, it's your problem, it's your city, you let it get this bad. If he just left it to them, they'd be like, oh my gosh, he's such a horrible person, he doesn't care about us.
Well, yeah, 100%. But see, the thing is, and I, this is conjecture, right? This is speculation. But if he wouldn't have sent in people to protect that federal building, I genuinely don't believe that LAPD would have protected it properly. Genuinely don't believe that. They would have let those rioters overrun that shit, smash out all the windows, bust in, do whatever they could, let the fucking people out.
But can you blame them? Honestly, because this is the same state where they talk about, defunding them all the time. So like, well, you want me defunded, then fine, I won't do my job.
Right.
Like, I bought a pair of boots.
Absolutely on the case. Dude, there is nothing wrong with nationalism at all. There is nothing wrong with it. I don't understand why people have such an aversion to loving your own country. Like, it's fucking crazy to me. It blows my mind that people are, like, they live with this idea that there should be no borders. It's because they don't fucking understand how the world works at its core.
And they probably hadn't traveled. They probably hadn't been outside the country and really seen how bad some of the places are out there.
No, they haven't. They've never been to a third world country. They wouldn't go to a third world country.
Yeah.
But that's the justification they use for this. Well, they live in such terrible fucking places, so we need to let them in. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely on the case. Yeah. I mean, I never got it. Fuck that. I was in a lucky position though, because the boss that I had, he wanted us to be able to tell everybody that everyone was vaxxed, but he didn't ask for any proof. Did you get the shot? Okay. Did you get the shot? Okay. Did you get the shot? Okay. So I never got it. First off, because I actually, funny enough, I got COVID, which I had a runny nose, and they, fucking shoved the thing up my nose, and then told me that I had it. And I got what were they called? The monoclonal antibodies. And see, the thing with the monoclonal antibodies is you're not supposed to get a shot for like 3 to 6 months or something after you get the monoclonal antibodies. And so I just ended up never getting a shot. Yeah. See, I was just serving tables. And now he wishes that, like my old boss, he wishes that he didn't get it. Which, like, that's a whole nother thing. But I mean, that's the reason this shit was such a fucking mess, though. Was that, like, there was a obvious, and it was smacked down by the Supreme Court because of how much government overreach there was on that. Like, you can't weaponize a regulatory agency to force people to get a medical procedure done. You cannot fucking do that.
Yeah, my body, my choice.
Based. Which, there's another little bit of hypocrisy there, right? Like, it's funny how you're a bad person and a grandma unaliver if you don't go out and get this medical procedure done. But the second they smack down Roe v. Wade, ooh.
Yeah.
See, like that's the thing. I think, and this is purely optimism. I genuinely think that people are starting to realize how fucking bullshit all of it is. I genuinely do. This can't last forever. I like to think that people aren't dumb enough to fall for this for too long. Now that's optimism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's complete optimism. But especially after this, how this was showcased, and like Panchuchin said, he's in fucking Greece. And they saw all this shit going on. They could see what was happening. I lived in Mexico City in 2010 for a year, and it's a modern city, still a shithole, but why don't they just go there? Plenty of money and opportunity. Yeah, exactly. Because it's not about escaping something, right? Like I have a friend in Monterey who I work with. I do logistics from home now, but I have a friend in Monterey. Great guy. He's living happily down in Monterey. Gainfully employed. Has a whole family that he supports. There's no lack of resources. So someone please explain to me why these people need asylum? Did they get in trouble with the cartel and need to run from the country and seek some form of shelter? Are they running from the government in Mexico? Who's tied to the cartel? Like that's what I'm saying. It's not the people in general that live in that country. It's who specifically is coming over the fucking border. To me, that's really what it all comes down to. What are they running from? There were a lot of people back in 2017 when Venezuela fell that came to America. A lot of folks. And since 2017, that country has fallen the fuck apart. John Lovell, what's up, man? Thanks for jumping in the chat, dude. There are some scenes where the hobbits appear together in one sleeping bag and a lewd discussion about what sinful act led to both their palms and feet becoming so hairy. What the fuck? Economic migrants for the most part. Exactly. As a 6'1" white guy, I was told to leave Mexico often, but it's wrong for us to tell them to leave. Yes! Well, see, and that's the thing. Most countries are incredibly militant about their border, dude. Most countries are incredibly militant about their borders.
I mean, Poland, they'll use a pew-pew on you if you try to get over their border. They don't care.
Yeah, population size is what wins you more rep seats. Yes, and electoral votes, electoral college votes. Exactly. Yes, that's what this is about. They don't even need them to vote. They already have the majority, the Democrats do. They already have the majority in California. They just need to maintain the population, especially with people fleeing in droves for the past few years, right? They need to maintain. Yes, Poland is absolutely fucking based on the case. You are right, 100%. I'm with you on that. But yeah, they need to keep the amount of people for the next census. And like I said earlier, the 2020 census was the first census that was done by paper. My entire fucking life, they did the census in person. They would come to your house with all the papers and stuff, hey, from the census, just want to, go through this real quick. You do all the paperwork, they'd see everyone in the house, and then they'd go. 2020 wasn't like that. 2020, they mailed that shit to you. So was there any confirmation for any of the censuses done? And now we're seeing that the 2020 census was potentially done incredibly fucking wrong. Let's look here.
It seems like the whole Rona flu from the get-go is like a ruse to do a whole bunch of other stuff. Between getting a bad count on the census, like so many things, I feel like we're completely, the wool was over,
Yeah. Do you think these people are pissed off now? I'm like, I will put my next check on it that they're going to push for paper ballot in-person voting with a U.S. citizenship attached to it come before the 2026 election. Undoubtedly. Which I'm all for, by the way. 100%. If you don't fucking live here, you shouldn't be voting. The 2020 census faced several controversies, including concerns about its accuracy and the Trump administration's attempts to influence the count. The Trump administration's attempts. The 2020 census saw undercounts for certain demographic groups like black people, Latinos, and Native Americans. The Trump administration also tried to add a citizenship question to the census, which was blocked by the Supreme Court. What's wrong with that? There were also concerns about the accuracy of the count, with some states experiencing undercounts or overcounts.
You could probably take some of that paperwork and take it and get a whole bunch of copies made of it.
Did he really fuck with the census himself? I'd like to see exactly what that means, though. It's very broad language, right? And documents reveal Trump administration's. Yeah, it's normal for the rest of the world. Exactly. Precisely. Okay, let's see this. Hold on. So this is from the Brennan Center. So this is a lawyer, mind you. All right. Okay, so these guys filed for a FOIA. Which, I mean, for sure. Here's the deal. I don't agree with Trump on everything. He probably did something. Maybe did something. I don't know. That's why I'm reading through this right now. Unprecedented and unusually high degree of engagement in the 2020 census. So what was it, though? What was the engagement? That's the kind of fucking broad language these snakes use, dude. See, this is the thing. If there is something here, I already don't trust these people so much because they've cried wolf so many fucking times that it's not something that I'm going to be able to take without a grain of salt. You know what I mean? I can't take anything they say on face value. They did this to themselves. The chain shows that the officials plan to discuss the department's undue involvement in 5 areas the Bureau considers its own independent responsibilities, including counting methodologies. Dated September 14th, 2020, the chain was created during the time the Trump administration was trying to speed up the Bureau's counting operations so that President Trump could attempt to illegally remove undocumented persons from the apportionment data. Well, they fucking should, though. What is wrong with that? They're saying it right here. Dated September 14th, 2020, the chain was created during the time the Trump administration was trying to speed up the Bureau's counting operations. So that's the engagement. So that Trump could attempt to illegally remove undocumented persons from the apportionment data. They shouldn't be on there in the fucking first place. See how they utilize this? So like they said, he illegally deported that dude. The fucking human trafficker guy, right? He shouldn't have been here in the fucking first place. Just like these people should not have been on there in the fucking first place. And now, this entire article has completely lost fucking credibility with me. Simple. No further need to read through this. Yes, exactly. Exactly on the case. See, they're not going to put could attempt to illegally remove undocumented persons that shouldn't be in the fucking census to begin with. This undocumented persons bullshit is such ass, dude. It's such ass. They are here illegally. They should not be here. Why the fuck are they in the census? Why are these people being counted in the census? Well, so Panchuchin, there's a lot of like debate on whether or not like illegal aliens are actually voting en masse. Yes, 100% on the case, I agree. There is a lot of debate whether or not like there's a bunch of undocumented people voting en masse, but the way that our election system works is, so the higher your population in a state, the more electoral college votes you get. So the census is what determines that. So if there's a bunch of people who don't fucking live here that are being counted in the census, that's giving states like California, New York, all that, more electoral college votes. So even if the illegals themselves aren't voting, the entrenched base that they have that votes Democrat is going to be counted more in a presidential election because of how many electoral college votes they have. And so, like, to some degree, I haven't read this before. I just read this now. To some degree, I always held an element of speculation against that actually happening. But this is
some city made it where you didn't have to require an ID to vote. So if you don't have to have an ID, then you don't have to prove that you're a citizen.
Yeah, 100%. And I understand that they have caught people who were like they caught a Chinese national voting in the election. Now, granted, it was just one. So that's what I'm saying is there's some debate to whether or not people who aren't citizens are voting en masse, like lots of people who don't actually have citizenship voting. There's a lot of debate to that. I can't really call that. But this right here proves that people who are illegal aliens, or as Brennan Center likes to call them, undocumented persons, this fucking ass speech, are in the apportionment data. They're counted in the census.
If you look up what to bring to your polling place, sos.ca.gov, it says in most cases a California voter is not required to show identification to a polling place worker before casting a ballot.
I'm going to, 1 second. I'm going to get rid of, there's just some keywords in there that I needed to get rid of. You know what I mean? Stuff that. Just for TOS, you know what I mean? Like, even though like I'm not monetized yet, I do want to get there at some point. So I guess I need to start like cracking down on that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, Panchuchin, that's what I'm saying. Like it's crazy. And the language that they use to describe these things is so fucking infuriating to me. The Trump administration also tried to add a citizenship question to the census. Why was that blocked by the Supreme Court? Why was that blocked? Oh, you saw that last night, dude? Yeah. Dude, that was fun, man. Funny enough, dude, I was so fucking trashed when I was on that panel last night. I'm I need to start like getting a little self-control on when I get drunk and going on panels. I know like I had a pretty decent discussion, but I had actually streamed about an hour of that last night, and the funny thing was I at one point, and I saw like, cause like I keep my video up on my phone in front of me so I can look at chat, and I saw this one part. Yeah, I had seen this one part where I was like looking at the TV. I was listening and engaging in the conversation, and I looked down and I saw myself looking like that, and I was like, oh fuck, dude. So I killed my camera, and then I just killed the stream. I see. I like fuck the Brennan Center. All right. SupremeCourt.gov. Let's read into this on the case. Actually, the first time I saw you was on Tomato, and I loved the slow start, and then you came in fired up. Yeah, well, see, so that was the thing, right? Like I really wanted to make it a note that I wasn't asking that question like as some kind of gotcha. Like it was a genuine question, you know. Essentially, so Avery, I was on a panel, and the question was about censorship of hate speech. Like, should the government censor hate speech? And my question was, and it's a very serious question, so when it comes to hate speech laws, if I say something that would be offensive to someone that is not around me, am I still breaking the law? And that's a big deal. Because if I'm breaking the law just talking, even though there's nobody around, that's a victimless crime. In my own personal opinion, it's a victimless crime regardless. People should not be victimized by words. Like, that just shows how weak of a fucking society we've gotten.
Oh, yeah.
But all that aside, the fact remains, people who want to push these laws, I understand where they come from. If I'm not saying I agree with it, but like I try to come to an understanding of the opposition's perspective on things, right? And to me, the only reason I do that is specifically so I can accurately represent what they say in my argument. That's it. You know, like I feel like that's the best way to be good faith. That's the best way to like truthfully engage. Yeah, no shit, dude, for real. That dude's wild, man. I feel like it's the best way to truthfully engage with any kind of discussion is to try my very best to come to a genuine understanding of what their position is, you know? And when I did that, I wanted to elaborate on the fact that, you know, if you push speech laws, even if nobody is around and you're saying something and no one's offended, nobody is hurt, nobody is this, nobody is that, you're still breaking the law. That's fucking scary to someone like me, right?
Yeah.
That's scary. I could be at home in my apartment and I could say by myself, trans women are men. And I'm breaking a law?
What if it came out like 10 years down the road that you said that? Now you're getting arrested for something you said 10 years ago.
Right, and that's happened over and over and over and over again. Dude, lives have been ruined because of that shit. Entire careers have been ended because of that shit. You know what I mean? But I do want to look into this. So this right here is the Supreme Court decision on the citizenship question that Trump wanted to add to the census. Sorry, I'm looking for the different opinions on this. You should hit up Sarah and hosting a debate with you versus Duck. He has some really bizarre takes. Yeah, I mean, you know, personally, I don't really like debating that guy. And the reason being is solely just because the way that he goes about, he doesn't want to have like an actual discussion. He doesn't want to talk about things in like a good faith way. He just uses this debate tactic of, what are you talking about? Nobody has any idea what you're talking about. You're retarded. Yada, 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 yada. Instead of just like engaging with the conversation, everything's about how much smarter he is and how everyone thinks you're stupid for your take. And that, like, it doesn't work on me, but I just don't understand and really don't want to engage into a conversation like that. I'm not a debate bro. I'm willing to jump on panels and have some discussions with folks or whatever, but like in a one-on-one kind of thing, I just it's just not something that I'm, you know, really willing to engage with. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like, I don't think Duck's a bad guy. You know, last night when he was on that panel, we had a good discussion and everything. Honestly, like, some of the things he said, I agreed with. You know, like, I don't. I'm not like an absolutist where it's like I don't. You know, I dislike the way you debate, so I'm gonna disagree with you on everything and try to like trap someone into a debate or whatever. You know, I just when it comes to an actual like genuine conversation between me and somebody else, I don't feel like that would be it wouldn't be productive. Like, the conversation wouldn't get anywhere, you know. To me, that's really what it comes down to. They're turning the panel verse into a pyramid scheme, and I respect that take. Yeah, no, 100%. And like, I don't have anything against debates. Right? I don't have anything against like jumping on. I like jumping on panels. I've only been doing it for about like a week and a half or so now. You know, it's fun. and I like a lot of the people involved. You know what I mean? But there's just certain people that, like, you know, like if they're on the panel, I'll talk to them and everything, and I'll have discussions with them. But I'm just not going to engage in that kind of like bullshit, unproductive conversation stuff, man. You know, that's just me, right? That's just me. Like I like the way Rob debates. He's the one that inspired me to start this channel, you know, and he's given me a ton of support, and it's very, very appreciated, you know. But when he has a debate with somebody, it seems like he is trying his very best to lead a good faith and productive conversation. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I like watching Rob debate people. I get the whole blood sports thing, and like I get how that can attract a lot more views and stuff. Don't get me wrong, I understand that, but the way Rob debates is just so fucking. He makes his point, he stays on point, and he won't let somebody get away from that. DEI, deport Elon immediately. Hey, I have my own opinions on Elon Musk, dude. When I was younger, you would be called a conspiracy theorist for saying that they were going to start putting chips in people's brains. And he's heading that up. That's all I got to say. All right? Law and Justice, Felon 34, 8647. Oh, what up, buddy? Yeah. I have my first detractor in chat. What's going on, Judge? How you doing, bud? All right. This is the first guy that's jumped in and been a dissenting opinion. Let's hear it. Can you expand on those, Judge? I'd like to hear what you got to say. Well, I'm still waiting for some substance. I get the tag words and everything. That's great, but I'd like to hear some substance here. Here's the opinion of the court. Okay, so while he writes his dissertation, I'll go ahead and go through. This is the opinion of the court. This is what I brought up earlier, solely on the why the court decided that they were going to deny the citizenship question when Trump wanted to. Man in charge of the law and order doesn't meet his own standard. His own people call him out, yet his fan base ignores it. Their feelings don't care about facts. Okay, so Judge, my question for you is, what did you feel about the federal government infringing on Texas's state sovereignty when they were trying to guard their own southern border? That was about a year and a half ago. Hopefully you remember that. What's your take on that? I'd like to hear what you think about that. Yeah. Panchuchin. That's the direction I'm going with this. I'd just like to hear your take on that, Judge. You might actually want to hear this discussion too about this Supreme Court ruling. Texas the right to defend themselves from external threats. Based. Okay. I like. All right. I get behind that. Okay. Perfect. I don't see any disagreement there. So you're just like a never Trump guy, right? Like I get that. The man in charge of law and order doesn't meet his own standard. His own people call him out, yet his fan base ignores it. Their feelings don't care about facts. So, can you expand on that though? Like how does he not meet the standard? And the reason I'm asking is specifically so I can see where you're coming from. Because it seems like we definitely agree on the Texas thing. So you're not stupid. I'd like to hear what you have to say about this. Oh, January 6th. Okay. I mean, you know, a lot of people disagreed with that. That's understandable. I mean, do you genuinely believe that Trump was the one that orchestrated people smashing windows and busting into the Capitol building? Do you genuinely believe that? Well, I mean, he doesn't flout his felonies. I'm going to give you some pushback there. He doesn't flout his felonies. He doesn't even talk about them. He doesn't talk about them other than like how they're bullshit. Now there are people who back Trump specifically because he became a felon, and your opinion on that is, you know, that's a different thing entirely. You know, we can kind of like I can kind of get behind that a little bit. I think it's dumb to like want to vote for somebody because they're a felon. I think that's stupid. Yeah, for sure. But like I have not seen not one example of him like flouting his felonies. I feel that given Trump's speech preceding the event, and we're going to go up those stairs and we're going to show him how we feel, had a direct effect on the actions of the crowd. I mean, that's an opinion, right? But that I get where you're coming from, and that's a commonly held opinion, right? But that's still, and that's where you base your initial statement off of. So sure, like I can give you that olive branch, right? Like your opinion backs up what you believe. So at least you're not a bad faith lying hack. Like you can at least back up what you're saying with your genuine opinion. I disagree entirely. You know, I think it was probably something very similar to how some protests get agitated. One or two people, they push past that line, and you know, the people who were there follow suit. I personally, I have seen no evidence that has connected him directly to the riots themselves. In fact, I've seen like videos from on the ground, and you can look these up, of people in the crowd screaming at others, telling them, "No, stop! What the fuck are you doing?" And I will say, Trump has not deployed the National Guard or the Marines to do crowd control. They are specifically there to protect federal buildings, which is completely within his reach to do. If he wanted to incite the Insurrection Act and send this like the military into these crowds to do crowd control, that's well within his reach. But he hasn't done that yet. That's the thing, right? Like a lot of, yes, 100% Abe. I have a friend that was in the riots on January 6th, got scooped by the feds, and when he and I spoke, he told me he thought it was fine because of everything people were saying at the time on the ground. Well, I mean, like that's his perspective on it, right? But then you also have a lot of people that were out there that went to prison that had nothing to do with any of the violence or vandalism that happened on that day. A lot of rational people, when they look, like when I looked at January 6th and I saw, like, especially that dude that had like the fucking buffalo hat and face painted and stuff, they looked like a bunch of fucking retards. Seriously, they didn't make any statements. They didn't do anything for the Republican Party with that. It was just like this is with the Democrats. This is a fat fucking L. You know what I mean? So all the people that did all that, they're a bunch of idiots. And where I come from, I'm not blaming, like this right here, these riots. I'm not blaming these riots on the politicians. I'm blaming these riots on the people who were, first off, funding and organizing them. Gorilla Biscuits, what's up, dude? What up? Thank you, man. Much appreciated. But I blame these riots solely on the people who are taking part directly. And there's no evidence to show that any of these politicians are taking part directly. Are they like stepping back and taking their hands off? It seemed like they did for the first couple days. They finally have the police force starting to like calm things down out there. But I'm not blaming the Democrat politicians for any of this shit. There's people who are funding and organizing these things, and then there's the people who are actually on the ground. To me, those are the only people to blame. That's the same way I look at January 6th. The retards that went to the Capitol building. Go ahead, bro.
Something to note is the Capitol. There is some evidence of some type of involvement in it being instigated. There's people there. I personally know somebody that was there, and there was some people there that were very suspicious, trying to rile the crowd up. There was a few different groups trying to stoke the fire.
Well, yeah. There was that one guy. I forget his name. That Congress kept bringing his name up. That was out in the crowd. That was telling people, we need to go into the Capitol. We need to go past the barricades. Shitheads like that. Whether or not he was in the government or not, it's shitheads like that that are responsible.
There was what I was told by someone I know that was there was that the people that were supposed to be guarding the building and preventing entrance, that they stood off to the side just to like let it play out.
Well, I mean, and when they got inside, they were walking them through the building. Now, granted, like they for some reason they didn't stop them from grabbing shit and leaving the Capitol building with it. That fucking blows my mind. Like that makes no sense to me at all. Like the Capitol Police was literally fucking 3%. I'm not sure. What was his name, dude? I remember I used to know his name because like Congress would drop his name all the time because they were asking what was his name? The guy who was the head of the FBI at the time. Was it God damn, I keep forgetting their names, bro. Head of the FBI during Biden. What was his name? What's up, mister? Christopher Wray. They kept asking Christopher Wray if Ray something was the guy's name. Ray Epps? Was that his name? Ray Epps. Yeah, that was his name. Ray Epps. But yeah, they kept asking about this guy, whether he was an FBI like employee or not, and they wouldn't say anything. But they also admitted that they had a bunch of FBI people out in the crowd. So, I mean, that's not even a fucking conspiracy theory. They said it. They had assets in the crowd. It wasn't that long ago,
and it was a conspiracy theory.
Of course.
Remember?
Of course. But see, that's the thing, right? Like, when they can admit something and then say, yeah, but that was a long time ago, they're totally fine admitting it at that point. They don't give a shit. Because they can try to brush it under the rug. It's been buried by the news cycle, and it's old hat now. Yep, Ray Epps, yeah. Yep. But, I guess the judge left. I don't know. He's not here anymore. It was good talking to him. You know, I get. I mean, like, you know, and that's the thing. Like, I'm coming from an understanding perspective. I understand how a lot of people can look at Trump bad in that degree, and they have their opinions. And I'm not going to tell him he's wrong for having that opinion, right? Nothing I say is going to change his mind, but I can plead my case as well. You know, I do not believe in the shirking of personal accountability for a figurehead. That makes no sense to me. We are all sovereign people. We make our own decisions. Whatever drives those decisions. Oh, what's up, dude? Cool. Yeah. But whatever drives those decisions is that's one conversation on its own. But we as human beings make our own decisions for ourselves, right? And you know, I also do think it's funny how don't like an idea of a draft dodger being in charge of the military. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's kind of the status quo now, isn't it? What, you hungry, buddy? Okay, hey, I'm going to feed Charlie real quick, guys. I'll be right back. We haven't... Who's the last president that actually served in the military?
I kind of like the idea of a draft dodger being in charge of the military because, in my opinion, it means that that individual doesn't want to go to war.
Hey, well, I mean, there's that, right? Judge, we agree on that. Because right here it's saying, as of 2018, George H.W. Bush was the most recent president to have served in combat in the military. And he hasn't been president for 33 years. So I agree with you. It's bad, the status quo, but you can apply that now to every president we've had since Bush Jr.'s dad. You know, not even in like a, you know, in like trying to heavy debate you kind of way, but that's just the way I see that, right? Hold on, come on, Bubba.
I think she was an important person. I'm gonna try to look that up though. I'm gonna try to find out. Hey, the judge, what did you like about Bush? Oh yeah, so the girl's name was Ashley Babbitt. That was the one that got hit in the head,
Yeah.
and she was an Air Force veteran.
Yeah. Which and that goes right back to the entire thing was a travesty. I mean, really. Like, this is my personal opinion, and people may not agree with this. I don't believe the election was stolen. I believe Trump lost, there were so many external factors that went into why he lost. You had a country that was locked down for almost an entire year. They... Oh. Okay, feed's going. Things are starting to shake up a little bit. But you had a country that was locked down for an entire year. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. I don't know too much about H.W. Bush. I'm an anti-war guy. I don't like. I've always been an anti-war guy. Like, that's why I'm a former Democrat. You know what I mean? But see, dude, I hate people holding the American flag upside down. That's so fucking cringe, dude. But you know, I can't really speak on it too much because I wasn't around back then, so I don't know what like the societal opinion on that guy was back then. All I can do is look on it, you know, in 2020 and or in like with hindsight, you know, and even in that regard, like I wasn't even alive at that point. You know, I was born in '93, so I've only like Bill Clinton was president when I was born. Alright, looks like things might be shaking up a little bit. Go ahead and... I'm going to try to be careful with this sound because when I was streaming the riots the other day, I caught some serious fucking F slurs coming through, dude. It was bad, bro. Right, 100%. Judge, we agree on that 100%. Also, why are they waving Mexican flags? What statement are they trying to make with that? If you love Mexico so much, go back. If not, then what statement are you making? Yeah. No, I get it. Dude, I get it 100%. I'm pretty like kind of smack dab in the center, you know, depending on like, you know, what the definition of left and right is and where the Overton window is at the time, you know. Now that it's started to kind of shift back towards the right, I am center, but you know, if you would have asked me 2 years ago where I was a fucking right winger. Like,
Let me know if I gotta move over.
it just depends on where society's standard is on that left and right map, you know. But it does start to seem like things are kicking up. We got Meemaw out here holding the flag upside down. She made sure to dye her hair before coming out. See that? She probably did her makeup and shit too. Definitely wanted to get a good picture for the camera. You know what I mean?
you gotta be available to date. You know, if you're gonna go out and protest, you might be able to find your future lover.
100%.
Your forever and ever and all that good stuff.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. These people are crazy. Yeah, dude. Judge, entirely agree, bro. Entirely agree. And you know, in some senses, I also agree that Trump was an embarrassment in his first administration. There was a lot of shit he did wrong that I don't fucking agree with. You know what I mean? Just calling balls and strikes. Do I think he was the better candidate in this past election? Absolutely. Do I think he was the better candidate in 2020? Yes. But there were so many external factors that went into him losing that election. It's understandable why he lost. You had a year where everyone was locked in their houses. The economy took a massive hit. There were riots all throughout the year. People were dying.
There's definitely some kind of something that went on with the election though, because there was I have a few friends that they got like 2 or 3 ballots in the mail, and for the same individual, and it's like, huh, you know, like kind of interesting.
I mean, hey, you know, I didn't experience that, so I can't speak on that for myself, but just from my perspective and the context that I've seen so far, he just lost, you know?
Yeah. There's something up with that though, because they're and granted, you know, the friend I'm talking about, they lived in a rental house, so maybe the old addresses were coming to them, but also it's like, I wonder how many people just decided to fill them out, send them in.
Wait, Judge, when did he federally legalize weed? I thought it was still Schedule 1.
It was the hemp bill. The hemp bill is what he did.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, the 2018, the Farm Bill, yeah.
Yeah, that's why we have Delta 9 now.
Hey, buddy, I'm a big proponent of that. Yeah. So yeah,
Me too.
I get behind you on that, Judge. What up, Ashton? No, 100%, dude. I hope your wife's okay. Holy shit, bro. Is everything good? Well, yeah. THCA, but you know, Judge, we both know. You know what I'm saying? We both know, brother.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ashton, dude, I hope your wife's okay, man. Everything all right? Oh, fuck. See, it was pretty overcast here, so it was nice and calm. Like, I think the hottest it got was about 75 degrees. What's up, buddy? Man, yeah. Well, see, you know what's fucked up, though? So, yeah, Ashton, of course, bro. Yeah. Bro, you're a homie, man. Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so she's obviously a hard worker, because they, it's from what I've heard. I've never worked at Amazon, but it's hard to be lazy working for them for sure. But yeah, I forget what I was gonna say. So I'm glad your wife's all right, brother, for sure. Yeah, man. Jump on a panel again, bro. That panel last night was fun. Sorry, I was pretty. Robert Whaley, welcome back, brother. Thank you, man. Glad you're in. Glad you're in. Yeah. That panel last night, Ashton, was really fun. I was a little fucking hammered. That's why that's why I killed the stream, because I noticed I was like just slouching hard while I was listening to the conversation. Man, good for you, bro. Family first. 100%. Absolutely. But see, like, okay, so right here, this is the thing that blows my mind, okay? So, how many people are out here with cameras that look incredibly expensive? They're snapping a bunch of pictures. They're getting the videos, the live streams, everything.
Yeah, like that is probably a $5,000 just the body on that.
Yeah.
There.
And like, obviously, right? Like, these people who are doing, see, he's doing this for a fucking photo shoot. What is this accomplishing right here? Aside from him getting a picture or a video of him talking shit to a line of cops, what is this accomplishing? Can anybody in chat explain this to me?
Theater.
Yeah. Look at that dude on the other side of him. That's a dude.
Yeah.
That's a dude. Yes, Judge. 100%. Absolutely. I agree with you undoubtedly, man. 100%. Yeah, Panchuchin money. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt, man. Without a doubt.
Somebody called out Soros. I guess he pays pretty well.
Yeah. Well, they're just mad that these fucking NGOs aren't getting our tax money anymore. That's why they're funding all this shit. Because this is where our tax money was going. It was going to fund these fucking, like, foreign activist NGOs in different countries. Oh, yeah, this is Charlie, man. This is my boy. That's my boy. He's my boy. Ain't that right, Bubbers? Ain't you the boy? You a good boy, huh? You a good boy? You a good boy? You are a good boy. You are a good boy. That's my bubber, man.
The tough thing about being like a professional protester or whatever, if that was your job, I highly doubt that there's like a retirement plan.
Dude, these people aren't thinking about retirement.
They have no future.
Nah, bro. Like, I would easily put money that like 20 to 25% of the people in these crowds are drug addicts. And they're out here with money to score for a short amount of time. You know what I mean?
Yep.
What, mister? What's that, Bubba? What's that, Bubba? You alright? You okay? Oh, the Bears.
Like a job that doesn't require any potential. And then the nice thing about that job is you don't have to have any potential. You don't have to have any goals or aspirations in life.
Yeah. Yeah. Retirement. Yeah, no shit. That's a topic I don't even want to touch on, bro, because I think my generation's retirement is gonna be fucked. I'm like genuinely scared about like the future of, you know, this social security system that we've had in place for 80 years because you know, like there's, you know, this may seem harsh, right? And I don't want it to sound as harsh as it is, but it's just honest. As the group of people who benefits the most from social security gets phased out and they start dying, we're not going to have to pay as much into social security. Hopefully.
Yeah. I mean,
that
it'll probably stay
translates
the
to-
same.
That's the thing I'm scared about, right? Is the fact that we constantly pay all of this fucking money into this thing, and it's paying for all of these people. Hold on. The job posting was looking for badasses, I guess, as close as they could get. Yeah. But it just like the future of that scares me, you know, where what, see, here's and here's a hot take, okay? So take this with what you will. I think the Social Security program, if the government really wanted to look out for our best interest, considering they line their fucking pockets with all these like with their stock portfolios and everything, why don't they utilize our the Social Security program as like a 401k program for citizens?
Yeah.
Our tax money's already going to these fucking these Congress people that they can invest it for themselves. So there's not much of a difference in them investing our Social Security money to help bolster the economy and give people a future. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of funny how people like the Pelosi's and stuff, they're able to pretty much they would see a bill coming in through House or Congress or whatever, and they see the bill coming in, they're like, oh, I'm gonna invest in Nvidia, and then get super wealthy. That's what they've done like their whole career. The problem is with the economy being the way it is, so many young people are not investing, and when there's nobody investing, the economy doesn't grow. And when the economy doesn't grow, there's no benefits, not as many to investing. Investing benefits come from the majority of people being a part of it, so that way as it grows and the economy increases, everybody gets their cut, their dividend, their, you know, piece of the pie.
But see, you know, and like I agree with that 100%. But they don't push for that. They don't want and they is a big broad term. I personally believe, at least with the context that's been given over the past like 20 years, roughly, let's say, it seems that the government doesn't want people to be financially stable. Because the less financially stable people are, the more people will go to the bigger corporations that can navigate regulation to make their prices cheaper because they have that back, all that capital set back, and it centralizes revenue towards bigger corporations like Walmart, like Publix, like, you know, during like, and that's why, you know, that's where a lot of people, when they talk about the largest wealth transfer in history took place in 2020, like when everything was shut down, the only businesses that were essential were massive fucking corporations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those were the only ones.
A lot of mom and pop grocery stores went under. The only companies that were really getting huge paydays were like Walmart, Amazon, any service where you could order something to your house pretty much.
Right.
And then like the mom and pop grocery stores, they didn't have like, you know, pick up where you can go buy your groceries on an app and then pick them up when you get there. Like They didn't have a chance.
Right, dude. Exactly. And so, like, keeping that in mind, who benefited from 2020? All of the people who would support local businesses, small local grocery stores, bolster their local economy. All their money went to massive corporations.
Yep.
It like damn near could have killed the market.
Oh yeah, it could have caused a real deal Great Depression.
Yeah.
Like that definitely could have gone that direction.
But see, and that's the
I
thing.
think the only reason it didn't. I think the only reason it didn't is because everybody got all these checks.
Who paid for that?
The government, and then that caused inflation.
Yeah, but where's the government get their money?
Oh yeah, taxes.
You know what I mean? So all we did was just get more money back. But see, they couldn't give that money out with the tax money they already had. So what they had to do was they had to print that shit, and then they just take it out of our ass later.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And all of that is paid back to the Federal Reserve with interest. So yes, we did get checks. Yes, we were kept stable by these checks from the government. But in the long term, we end up paying back even more. So the real solution to something like COVID, and this is going to be cold as fuck, but it is what it is. The real solution to something like COVID is just to let it run its course.
Yeah.
That's it.
What country was it that did that? They said they're only going with herd immunity. I forget what country that was.
It was one of those Nordic countries.
Yeah, I was gonna say Slavic or Nordic. But they have way better health.
Sweden,
Was
Taiwan,
it Sweden?
Uruguay, Iceland, and a few others. So there was a few of them that didn't actually shut down.
Yeah, wow. But they have better, they're in better health over there than we are.
Yeah, because they probably eat a hell of a lot cleaner. I mean, that's one thing, I can give that shit to Europe. Countries in Europe eat way better than we do here.
Yep.
Like, infinitely fucking better than we do here. You know? Like, just a lot of the way that Europe's set up is, like, things come from farms. I mean, Panchuchin, am I too far off here? Like, I don't think I'm wrong in that. If you could expound on that for me. You've actually been over there. I'm speaking on anecdote, you know? I've never actually been to Europe, so before I really say something and talk out of my ass, I'd like to hear what someone who actually lives in Europe can provide. Yeah. So that's like that's what I've heard. And it's something that, like, I'm a big proponent of. It's one of the reasons why I love the restaurants here in Birmingham so much, because there's a local chef. His name's Frank Stitt. He's like, and yeah. See, like, those are laws I can get behind. And that's why I'm glad that RFK is in charge of the HHS, right? Because it seems like RFK is going to try and push us towards he's going to try to push us towards more like, EU-inspired food laws and everything. Because, like, his uncle, JFK, the most popular ideal that he had with Americans, and when I say popular, I mean in general agreement with everyone that was in the country, was the way that he handled, like, school health and physical activity standards. Like, he was big on kids eating healthier and kids exercising during school. It was a major part of his platform. It is funny how people aren't really talking about, like, they're not talking shit about RFK anymore. Yeah, without a doubt, Panchuchin, 100% agree. Robert Whaley, 100%. Why the hell was there titanium dioxide in Skittles? Absolutely. That's a really good question. Why the fuck was there? Judge, yeah. I'm in Birmingham. Yeah. Well, I mean, Panchuchin, like, with the long history of, like, how good food is that comes out of European countries, like, Mediterranean food is one of my favorite. I know it's, like, covering a really large area there, but, Mediterranean food is one of my favorites. French is amazing. It's just expensive for me. Hey, what's up, my Bama brother? Doublage Gaga. Wrap it up, buddy. I try to. I don't want to spread any of these STDs, you know what I mean? Yeah, Judge. Bama brother, what's going on, dude? So we're in agreement on how Randall Woodfin handled the 2020 riots. For sure. Uh-oh. Seems like the feed stopped. Yeah, French is expensive. But it takes so much to make it, though. You know what I mean? All right. Oh, here's some...
The tour poster's here.
It's like Death Clock Theater kids.
Realizable. And the fact that the ruling class does not want to give it to us means that we have to take it.
See? Here we go. Here come the socialists.
So just as people thought that it was impossible for Donald Trump to become president, not just once, but twice, right? They thought that was impossible. We have to believe in ourselves. Yes! Right? We have to believe that actually anything is possible. Right? We can win Kilmar and bring him back. We can win the freedom of David Huerta. We can free Mahmoud Khalil. We can...
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from, Judge. I guess, like, the way that I look at his response compared to other, like, major cities' responses, like, let's say, like, Portland, Los Angeles, Seattle, the way that they all responded to it, Woodfin was, like, amazing, especially just from, like, living here, you know what I mean?
Palestinian, right? We have a united movement on our hands. Right?
See this? Guys, this has fucking nothing to do with deporting immigrants. These are a bunch of commies who are trying to... This is...
undocumented citizens.
Right here.
That this is Latinos versus,
they don't give a fuck about any of these people.
Venezuelans versus Mexicans or newly arrived immigrants versus long-term. This is the long old divide and conquer strategy, and it's not working anymore. And that's why.
Hot take. Collectivists are the only ones who divide
That's
people.
why there's no more carrot. It's just stick, right?
It's literally
today,
in the
I
definition.
want to give a shout out to all the sides of the city that have come out, all the organizations, right? Because if you're not in the organization, it's about time to join it. They arrested David Huerta, the president of SEIU in Los Angeles. Shame, right? But they were barking up the wrong tree, and David Huerta is a free man today.
I can smell the BO and armpit hair from this crowd.
Because they can lock up,
The men and the women.
Up, but we're in Chicago, and as Fred Hampton said, you can jail a freedom fighter, but you can't jail freedom fighting, right? You can support. As we're going to hear from today, from one of our friends and allies, you can deport revolutionaries, but you can't deport the revolution.
The revolution will not be televised, guys. And this is everywhere.
Momentous and historical. Don't forget that. Because we are not going back. We're not going back to normalcy. Right? So...
See, they don't want normalcy.
So today we're going to hear from some community organizers. Folks who are in motion.
Even if I wanted to be like a far left-wing person, I don't even know if I have the brain capacity for it, because dude, it'd be a lot of work to keep up with the new rules that come out every couple months to be a part of the group.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to do a lot of mental gymnastics to justify your dumbass beliefs if you're a far
If I
left.
was if I was a razor company, I would probably fund conservative parties, because I don't see a whole lot of liberal women shaving their armpits.
Look, see, like, my thing is, there is no energy behind any of this, bro. Look how fucking bored and tired all these people look. They're like, oh, I gotta hold this fucking sign. Birds aren't even real. What's up, man? Welcome. Thanks for jumping into chat. There's no fucking energy behind any of this, dude.
Birds aren't even real. I wonder if that name came from that guy that was trying to say that birds are drones made by the government.
In organizing the southwest side of Chicago, carrying out Media Watch, canvassing, teaching people about their rights, right? Organizing at the neighborhood level, because that's what we need. So give it up for Diego from the 25th Ward IPO.
Hey guys, thanks everyone who's tuning in. If you could, please go ahead and like and sub on Abe Dinkus. He's in the chat right now. Let me go ahead and link his channel real quick. Anybody who's watching. And Ashton Allwhite as well. I'm going to link both of their channels in the chat. Please like and sub these guys. They're awesome. Highly recommend their channels.
It's an immigrant neighborhood, a Latino neighborhood, a working class neighborhood.
I'm going to post these in the chat. Give me just a sec. Sorry for the wait.
Come to visit. You should. Come to Pilsen and you're going to see people who work very hard. People who work day in, day night. Paying taxes, providing for themselves, for their family, for their community, for this city. Keep the lights on.
So that's Abe Dinkus' channel right here, and then Ashton Allwhite as well.
We are rich in our cultures, our traditions, our histories, our values.
Abe, I have no idea, my bro.
And you can see it on the art, on the facades of our buildings. You can smell it from the panaderias on 18th Street. You can hear it when the mariachis are serenading the elders from the windowsill. It is a place that fills the senses, and it fills the senses to say, come here, let me embrace you, let me welcome you, my neighbor, as if you are my family.
Avery, that's a good idea, man, for real. I got your text message. Here,
all right.
Young people, young boys, young women.
All right, now let me look up Ashton Allwhite as well. Please, anyone who's watching, like and sub Abe Dinkus. That's my dude. Great channel. Love his content.
As masked, armed men grabbed their mothers, put them in masks, shoved them in a van, and drove them away. Not to be seen again.
You hear these people?
This goes beyond racism. This goes beyond xenophobia. This is anti-human. This is sociopathic. It cannot stand.
Oh, that's right. Ashton doesn't have a channel. Shit. Ashton, man, you need to get you a channel, brother.
Illegal that. No human being is illegal. Let's be clear.
But yeah, Abe, I have no idea how long I'm going, man. I'm just chilling. I'm having fun.
An action can be illegal. A person can be lawless. A person can defy the rule of law. And right now I'm asking, and I'm wondering,
Palestinian flag, Mexican flag, Mexican flag.
Who is lawless right now?
Don't know what flag that is. I can't see it all the way.
When millions of people under this deportation machine are denied their due process, are denied their constitutional rights. When the Supreme Court of this nation, no matter how awful it is, this Supreme Court said unanimously, you can't simply whisk away a man like Gilmore Abrego Garcia to a slave labor camp in a foreign land. He must get his fair day in court. He must get his fair shot.
Hey, if you're streaming later, Abe, I'll be in it, bro. He's Dynamo. Thank you, man. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. Sorry, birds aren't real. I missed that comment. One of the conservative principles is prescription. It is the direct opposite of the progressive view of change. I mean, that makes, yeah. It's two things that they're going to fight on for sure. I know. I'm sorry.
We gotta get something that we all know is happening, that the whole world sees. That there is a genocide that is occurring right now. There is mass murder, mostly of children.
Full rights for all immigrants. That's what they want. They want people who come here illegally to be able to vote. It helps them. People who come here from other countries are going to vote for the benefit of the country they come from. Most of the time. I'm not saying 100% of the time, but most of the time they will. And that's a voting block for people who do not give a fuck about the benefit of America. Joe Cool? No, I don't think so.
If you have some Chinese immigrants, you can just tell them, hey, look, mainland China will send you a check as long as you vote for whatever party benefits your homeland.
Yeah.
Our organization and dozens of others across the city and beyond.
See, these people don't give a fuck about Americans. They're not defending Americans. They have to stand in complete and 100%. They have to stand in complete opposition to anything Trump does. See, like they're calling Trump a dictator. What happened in 2024 when Biden tried to shut down Texas's ability to defend their own border? What happened? Where were you then? Were you holding that sign, calling Biden a dictator then? You know, birds aren't even real. You know, that, I mean, Charlie, stop it, buddy. Hey, you want this?
That means we recognize
He wants some attention.
Leadership of this country that has failed us, that has failed and turned their backs on immigrants. Democrats or Republican, they do not represent us. They do not represent the working class. They represent the rich. They represent the billionaires. They represent the corporations. That is why right now, as we are defending our communities, they are negotiating the greatest transfer of wealth from us, cutting our health care, cutting expanding our Social Security. To do what? To give tax breaks to the rich? To send more bombs to Israel? They do not represent us. We must build a movement that is new, that is independent, that is willing to have the courage to say, abolish ICE. It's a welcome here.
Yes, they got free college and still whiny. Absolutely. They want more. They want even more. Give me your tax money. You filthy American capitalist pigs, give me your tax money. That's what this is, right? That's what they want. That's what they're calling for. Notice how they're interlacing now. Instead of it just being about migrants, they're interlacing this socialist bullshit into the way that they talk. That's what's going on. They don't give a fuck about the migrants. They don't give a fuck about the causes they stand for. Correct. All they care about is fucking this capitalism bad bullshit.
Let us honor that legacy and fulfill that mission to build bridges and tear down walls. Now, if you are like me and you see what is happening, you are filled with rage.
All right.
Who feels my rage?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Let us honor our rage. Let us respect
Correct.
our rage.
Correct.
And bear it with the resolve of our minds. Because we must not only dare to struggle.
See, here's my thing. So, there's not a massive crowd behind him. It only goes about like 3 rows of people back. Charlie, come on, buddy, stop. It only goes about 3 rows of people back. How many people are behind the cameraman right now?
That this land is a place for immigrants, and there is an arc of justice that is going to not be made by history by itself. It's going to be made by our hands piecing that history together.
Okay, so there's a pretty big size. Okay, never mind.
We will not stop until our rights are enshrined and respected. We will not stop until ICE is chased out of this city. We will not stop until all of ICE's hostages are released.
Oh, please try it, guys. Please fucking try it.
Until the walls erected between us are dismantled. We will not stop until the dream of a land of opportunity, of freedom, of a land that fills our senses with an embrace of all the members of the human family is realized. Thank you.
Stop it. I think he's hearing the drums and he thinks someone's at the door or something. Yeah, hey, these people are fucking, they're nuts, dude. They're crazy. This is it's a bunch of socialists that are rallying behind this immigration thing to pull people over to their ideology. If you get behind us, the socialists, we will stop this thing happening, right? I want to buy an ICE shirt and show up on job site. Yeah.
That would be funny.
Yeah. Robert, yeah. 100%, dude. With like a black hat, you know what I mean? In all black. And a little like ham radio on your fucking, or a walkie-talkie thing on your chest, dude.
These people, they say that they're, anti-capitalism, but they're supporting the most degenerate form of capitalism because immigrants work for the companies, they work for the lowest paying jobs most of the time. And they don't get any benefits. They don't get any they don't get workers' comp.
Well, yeah, 100%. And on top of that, illegal immigrants can get paid less than minimum wage.
Right.
And that comes with the thing of, hey, you're going to work for us 60 hours a week for $5 an hour. If you don't like it, we're going to call ICE.
Oh yeah. Or
I mean, like,
or
it's that easy. If anyone thinks that corporations actually give a fuck about immigrants and their benefit, that is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. And they drive down the livable wages in America, because why would any corporation pay minimum wage or greater when they can pay for 3 illegal immigrants for the price of 1 American?
Impeach, convict, exile. That's what that sign back there said. I bet they thought they were real fucking clever when they wrote that.
Yeah, for sure. Around COVID time, man, I got into this subreddit, and I was in there for a while before they caught on to me. But it was a group in a subreddit, and they were protesters, and they would send out like what they needed to write on their signs, so they all matched.
Peace Dynamo, I agree with you 100%, except for one caveat. They're employable by the people who organize these protests. Useful fucking idiots. 100 million deported. Fair. Fair. All right, here they are. The people up front, they're getting their photo up.
I wonder if they have to send in the pictures they took at the protest to get paid.
Oh, Judge, no, this is in Chicago. These are protests going on in Chicago right now. I lost the feed on the LA protest earlier, and New York Post is, so far, they've done a very, very good job of being on the ground. So, see, like, there's a photo op. Again, with the bullshit. I'm screaming at cops. Get this on camera.
Fuck Donald Trump! Fuck Trump!
No, they're probably homeless. Why are the police backing up? Why are they backing up? Why are they retreating? What an L for Chicago, bro. Fucking L Chicago, dude. Holy shit. And then people wonder, you see things like this, and people wonder why Trump called in the fucking National Guard to defend federal buildings. See, there's an agitator right there. Did you see her waving people to come in? and then look, dude, she's pulling a LeBron. They told her to back up. They told her to move. They were keeping her back. And then she continued to move forward, so they shoved her ass over. And she fell like a toddler because it looks good on camera. and now they're chanting free. They're chanting free Palestine. What the fuck does that have to do with Mexican immigrants? We saw the keffiyehs. We saw the Palestine flags. What the fuck does that have to do with Mexican, like Hispanic immigrants? Can anybody please explain it to me like I'm 5? Yo, just start cracking them, man. For real. Yeah, dude. Well, because there weren't problems in the country, like made up problems. Oh yeah, 100%, Abe. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with it, bro. I'm with it. Yeah, no, 100%, Abe. I'm sure. Yeah. But Judge, yeah, absolutely. And this is a bunch of people, correct, they have no idea of the history of these things, and they don't know anything about either side that's in the conflict. That's why I keep my, mouth shut when it comes to that whole thing, because I don't, I am ignorant about all of that. I don't have a strong opinion either way. That's as far as I really go with it. I'm, not saying I don't support Israel. Really, here's what it is. I don't support either side because I don't have any idea. Joseph Trost, yeah, you can you can have your opinion. Do it. If you want to hash it out with Judge in chat, go right ahead. I'm just not even going to engage in the conversation anymore. I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about that shit right now. I'm specifically talking about, this is about the riots. So, please, by all means, you guys can hash that out in the chat. I'm not even going to espouse an opinion on that shit. I'll do that when I'm not live, because I'm interested now. See, and these things, yeah, same, absolutely, 100%. All right, Abe, I'm gonna look it up, but I don't want to miss anything. God damn it. Here we go. Hold on. This is heating up. Turn it down just a little bit. God damn, dude. Chicago PD was not prepared for this. There you go. And you're going to jail. And you're going to fucking jail. Rip Bozo. Let's see how quickly the mayor starts to try and pardon these folks. You're hurting him. Dude, I can't stand these people, man. They make me sick, dude. They are a fucking bane on our society. You're out here fighting cops and then bitching about him getting arrested. James, I don't fucking know, man. Why are you... Why do you gotta be in on that like that, dude? I don't know. I'm a pea-brain retard. If you don't like my takes, fuck off. I don't care. Okay, stop me then. What the fuck? I'll say whatever the fuck I want, dude. I don't give a shit. What are you doing? You're cycling through streams that have a few viewers and trying to educate the masses. You're doing the Lord's work, brother, let me tell you. You're out here really making a difference in society. I hope you feel good about yourself. Here's your gold star. There you go. Yeah, 100%. Jesus, dude, I'm not crying about shit, bro. You can stay here and continue to chat. That's fine. I don't care. It makes no difference to me. You're the one that's crying about me talking about shit I don't know about. So, please continue. That's fine. Sorry, I didn't realize that mayors don't have any ability to help people get out of jail. My bad. I'm much more concerned with the fact, yeah, dude. I'm much more concerned with the fact that one of this country's largest cities is getting fucking, like, their police force is getting spanked by a bunch of unemployed retards. It's much more prevalent here, okay?
And mayors do have influence, which carries a great deal of weight when it comes to moving certain things in certain directions. That is correct, Robert.
James, what does that matter? What does it matter that they're only on 2 blocks, but they're like, their police force is literally getting smacked on the ass by these retards? They've done nothing but retreat the entire time. What fucking difference does it make how big the protest is? It's the fact that they have no power to contain it. Okay.
Being neutered by their own city.
James is splitting hairs here when it comes to what other people are saying. Yes, mayors don't have the power to pardon somebody. That's great. I was wrong. What else do you want me to say?
Well, most of these judges are pushed through and put in by people like Soros and the many others. These judges are placed there, and that's why these people normally get off the hook very quickly after a protest.
I mean, yeah, I understand all that.
I'm pointing that out for James, though.
I was just saying it in passing.
Yeah.
Does this look contained to you?
Looks like a good time to get free stuff from your nearest
This looks contained to you?
Best
We're watching
Buy.
the same video, right, James? I know you're in chat, but it's obvious you're not watching the video. When the police are constantly retreating, they do not have something contained. So I'll refer to your statement. Think for 5 seconds, Einstein.
James, you're right, but there are judges that are still there from the previous administration.
I don't even see a cop in sight now.
And the judges that I refer to are the ones that are in places like Chicago, Los Angeles, Seattle, Washington, where Chaz broke out, Chaz, Chop, whatever you want to call that stupid autonomous zone.
I'm not acting like the whole city's burning, bud. I'm not. I'm saying their police force is getting their ass spanked right now because all they're doing is retreating. And they don't have it contained. Think for 5 seconds, Einstein. Anything else? Still waiting, buddy. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. Chaz was a shit show. And then on top of that, they were begging for the police and EMTs to come in after telling them to fuck off. And when the EMTs tried to get there, with how disorganized everything was and how they had everything blocked off, they couldn't even get to the people who had been shot to help them at all. No, I'm still waiting for you to say something of substance. Because you've said one thing of substance, and that was the first sentence that you said. Mayors don't have the ability to pardon people. Okay. Well, governors do. And J.B. Pritzker's behind all this shit. So yeah, I was wrong. It may not be the mayor. The governor will be in there, though. When you let riots get rolling, they will grow. Opportunists will utilize them to engage in even more aggressive behavior. These things generally get worse, not better. Yeah, and by the way, James, I still, they've gone more than 2 blocks, and I still don't see any cops doing anything. I'm still waiting, bud. Yeah, I mean, obviously James just came here to argue. Oh, okay, move the goalpost now. That sounds great, James. Perfect. Yep. Classic. Now, governors don't have the ability to pardon felonies, and most of the crimes you're referring to are felonies. What crimes was I referring to? I never said felonies. So go ahead and take that goalpost and move it. But now who has the fucking pea brain? Because now you're saying shit that wasn't even in the conversation, my guy. Plot twist, James is in the crowd right now, watching my stream. Where you at, bro? I need to find you. Hold on, James.
Tell him to post up his IP address.
There you are, right? That's James, right there on the right. That's James. Yep, I found you, bro. I found you. Did I say anything about assaulting a police officer? I said the people that are getting arrested here. I didn't refer to any specific crime. So you can put words in my mouth and then try to double down on those, but you did move the goalpost, and now you're arguing with ghosts. No, hey, please, let him stay. Let him stay. This is interesting. Please continue, James. So what you're telling me is that everybody that commits a crime in this crowd today is going to be a felon, no matter what they do.
She's proud of all the people she's hurting.
Oh, they'll likely be given. So you're giving me, you are utilizing my generalized term to specify two specific crimes. And then doubling down on that after moving the goalpost, not including what I actually said. And I'm the one that's hilarious. Those are the only two crimes that are being committed right now. Resisting arrest and assaulting police officers throughout the entire city from anyone that's in this crowd. Is that what you're telling me? So you are there. I told you guys I found him. I fucking found him. I told you. I was right. Those bra straps looked a little tight, though. You might want to get a bigger size. Oh, really, James? Really? Really? So how do the courts work in Chicago? Can you like enlighten me on how the courts work in Chicago? Since you know for a fact they'd be charged with a felony? Can you enlighten me on that? Hold on. Judge. James is the first person. So me and you talked back and forth for a little bit, right? But we had like an adult discussion where James here just came in swinging and calling me names. So I'd like to understand now that he's given us his distinction on knowing how the Chicago courts work. I would love for him to enlighten us on how they would choose these crimes as felonies versus anything else, specifically felonies. And how we've been talking about this for about 15 minutes, and he said they're only protesting on 2 blocks, but yet they've been walking and moving forward, and the police are continuing to fucking retreat. Please elaborate, my friend. I would love to hear your take on this. Yeah, Judge, exactly. See, like, I can have a reasonable conversation with reasonable people, but when shitheads like this come into my chat, not even when, this is the first one, and I'm having a fucking blast, by the way. But when people like this are going to come into the chat and they're going to come out swinging, I'm going to swing right back. Because 2 blocks, right, James? That, like, let's go back to what you said before. They were only protesting on 2 blocks, and I'm acting like the city's burning. These cops are still fucking retreating, my friend, and these protesters are still moving. But you knew that. You're there, right? Just don't with your we saw you earlier there with the glasses and the hair pulled back and everything. Please, no, bro. You're not educating me on anything. You're talking out of your ass at this point. Think for 5 seconds, Einstein. I've continued to ask, and I would like to hear you enlighten everybody here who's watching and who's reading chat. How do the Chicago courts work? Please do. That would be educating me, because I'm asking you to show me how Chicago courts work. And explain it to me like I'm 5, too. Okay, well, you still have not approached the topic that I was trying to get from you, so you're still not educating me. You're still not saying anything. Please, again, enlighten me how the courts in Chicago work, since you're the expert. Since you can educate me, I will be your humble student. Please educate me on how the courts in Chicago work. I would love to hear this, actually. I would like to know how they would specify between what resisting arrest is going to be a felony and what is going to be a misdemeanor. And how every single one of them in this case would be considered a felony. Because that's what you said earlier. And you already got your ass spanked by, I forget exactly who it was in chat, but you said resisting arrest is a felony, and then immediately after that someone said, no, it's not. And you said, oh, well, the way that they would prosecute these as a felony, just to fucking, again, move the goalpost, cover your ass. I'd like to hear this. But not with resisting arrest, obviously. Womp womp. Rip fucking Bozo, guys. Rip Bozo. Yeah, dude, this is Chicago PD. What the fuck are you talking about? Gentlemen, we have a retard.
Chicago's been dropping charges on people for criminal offenses since the dawn of time. Their court systems are not effective at all. That's why everyone there does crime. Like,
hey James, think for 5 seconds, Einstein. Just want to go back to that, right? At least when I said something stupid, I can admit when I'm fucking wrong. You're just doubling down and looking like even more of a fucking retard now. I will, brother, I will refer you to On the Case's last his comment before you started backpedaling, yes. But just above, why don't you give that a read? I don't know, is that how the Chicago school system is doing right now? Makes sense. And remember, guys, they're only protesting on 2 blocks. Just 2 blocks, guys. Remember that. Just 2 blocks. We're coming up on 25 minutes of this now.
check this out. Check this out, buddy.
Huh.
In Cook County. Cook County's in Chicago, right?
Uh-huh.
Is it? Can
Yeah.
you double check for me?
I believe so.
I think so too. It's been a while since I looked though.
Two blocks, James. That was just 2 blocks they've walked this entire fucking time. It took all of these lazy soy retards 25 minutes to walk 2 blocks, right? Is that what you're trying to say? Just trying to get things clear here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Chicago's in multiple counties, kind of like Atlanta is.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah. Yeah, so Cook County has Illinois.
Yeah, so
anyways, I did find this.
Chicago in its entirety is in 9 counties: Cook, DeKalb, DuPage, Kane, Kankakee, Kendall, Lake, McHenry. Sorry. Nope. It looks like... Oh, well, that's just 5.
So I just did a little looking around real quick.
Yeah.
Cook County has a significant number of felony cases end with the charges being dropped. During tenure, this is exactly what I was saying earlier, during tenure of State Attorney Kim Fox, 29.9% of felony defendants had all charges dropped. That's why the crime is so high there. 30%, we'll just call it 30% of all felony defendants had all charges dropped. That's wild, man. You want me to send this over to you?
All right, the Chicago Metropolitan Statistical Area was originally designated by the United States Census Bureau in 1950. It comprised the Illinois counties of Cook, DuPage, Kane, Lake, and Will, along with the Lake County in Indiana. So that doesn't necessarily count.
Okay, well, I do find it pretty interesting how many charges get dropped in Cook County.
Oof, James. F's in chat for James, guys. F's in chat. That was
Cook
rough,
County.
buddy. That was a rough
even
one.
even in serious cases like murder. Oh, I probably shouldn't say that word. The M word or attempted M word. About 33% of defendants have their charges dismissed. That's wild.
Yeah, no problem. I really can't even monitor that chat because I'm on the camera. But I promise I'm taking care of myself. All right, I'll let you go. Bye-bye.
Oh, James, I'm so sorry, buddy. That sucks.
You can find all that stuff I just referenced on Chicago Tribune. If you want that article, I can send it over to you.
That's the first cop I've seen in quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
I know, dude. Peace. Like these people are just salt of the earth, bro. Like it's crazy, dude. Judge, you still there, bro? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, LARP, 100%, bro. These are the revolutionaries, guys. These are the ones that are going to take over the government. They get shoved over and start crying. What do you think about, Judge? What do you think about the new Alabama House bill that just got passed? I forget. Is it HR 44? It's fucking terrible. That's fair, Abe. That's fair. Hey, thanks for coming back in, Ashton. Bro, I'm glad she's good now, dude. That's fucking terrible, man. Yeah, peace, exactly, dude. This is a fucking photo op. That's all it is. They're accomplishing nothing. Once they get tired and just decide that they're going to stay home that day, the raids will continue. They're not going to accomplish anything with this. Look, it's a photo op. HR 44 was they're going to be giving like regulatory control to the ABC board of any cannabinoids. They're banning the sale of smokables. The only thing that you're going to be able to buy are like edibles and drinks, right? And the ABC board is going to have regulatory control of those. But when it comes to smokables, they're outright banning the sale of them. So that includes like THCA flower, Delta 8 flower. It includes carts. It includes basically anything. I'm not crying so much. I'm not crying, dude. All I'm saying is Chicago is getting their ass spanked. Well, they were earlier. I know it may seem like I'm crying, but see, James, when I feel emotion, I don't immediately cry like you do. I know that's a foreign concept. That may seem fucking crazy. Oh, Abe, I have to. I have to. I'm trying to have fun, man. You know what I mean? I'm just having a good time, bro. Yeah, so Judge, it doesn't go into effect until July 1st, I believe. But yeah, I wish. Yeah, sure you have, James. I'm 100% positive. That totally tracks. But Judge, yeah, I know, dude. They're getting rid of fucking geek bars, and that's probably a good idea to start Chantix. What I'm hoping is that Zins aren't going to be lumped into that. Because I'm pretty sure it's just the vapes, right? It's just the smokable stuff.
Are you protesting the work or are you protesting for change? Are you protesting the work or are you protesting for change?
Pennsyltuckian. I mean, hey, Judge, that I completely understand where you're coming from. Yeah. Like, and he would sponsor the bill because he's protected by it, right? And the only thing that's going to happen because of it is all that shit's going to get more expensive, but he's not going to have to worry about anything because he's more than likely going to be selling that shit to the ABC board. No, not in Alabama, Ashton. Not in Alabama. It's a catastrophe. Like that shit needs to be put through. There's just, dude, it's just such a fucking heavily Christian state, and like the conservative Christian right that like kind of runs everything down in Montgomery are so corrupt, dude. And like I'm not against Christianity. I'm not like against people who lean right wing. But it's just genuinely like they're not gonna do it because they would probably feel like they'd lose support. That's just where it comes from. You know what I mean? People are really against that here in Bama. Altoona, yeah. You know what really kind of like chaps my ass about that HR 44 though? They're banning the smokable weed stuff, but they're not banning cigarettes at all. What the fuck? I'm not even anti-cigarette, right? Like if someone wants to smoke cigarettes, let them. But if someone wants to smoke weed, let them. No, I'm in Alabama. Peace. I'm in Birmingham. Right, Robert. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'd like, dude, look, I get that, but at the same time, they should be leaving the other shit alone too. You know, like, it's just the hypocrisy. Oh shit, right on, dude. You're like 2 hours out, man. Yeah. Yep. I'm right over the 20, bro. Yeah. Yeah, that's that exactly, Judge. And you know, like, I just, and this is just me, right? My value system lines up with the Christian conservatives more than it really does anything else. Like my value system. I'm not a Christian. I do believe in God. But I also dude, no, we've had it. That's why my internet was out all fucking day yesterday, dude. We got a crazy storm over here, and knocked my internet out all day yesterday. But no political party is free of entrenched power and corruption, right? There's a Venn diagram. Yeah, no shit. Yeah. But like that's really like to the extent of it, right? So like when I say something like, you know, the Christian conservatives down in Montgomery, I'm not talking about every Christian conservative that votes in that direction and has that value system. I agree with them on a lot of things. It's the politicians that have, you know, been in power in Montgomery for as long as they have been. I mean, like, you know, it's entrenched power. It's, you know, so it is what it is. Plus, a lot of these things, like, you know, weed vapes and THC and stuff, that probably doesn't get out to, well, I maybe can't even say that, right? I would say I haven't seen it out in the more rural areas, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Okay, so doesn't it require permits to block off streets? I mean, I don't know how Chicago works, right? But I'm pretty sure. Guys, it required a permit to block these streets off. Just saying. This was organized. This was not spur of the moment. Amish pair of dice. Is Sammy Stevens still at the flea market, Montgomery? I don't know, brother. I've only been through Montgomery. I haven't spent like any extended time there whatsoever. Hey, Amish Paradise, thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Love the name, by the way. See, I'll tell you, I'm not from here. So I'm from Tampa Bay. I'm from it's a city just to the, like, on the other side of the bridge from Tampa called St. Pete. And I moved here about 7 years ago. And I fucking love it in Birmingham, dude. I love Birmingham. Like, I have a hate-love relationship with living directly in the city. But if I could go about, like, 20 minutes to the northeast... Yeah, James, I admitted that already, bro. I admitted that. The mayor can't pardon. It won't be a felony, but the governor can pardon. Thanks for the info. Thanks. Appreciate it, man. Stick around, bro, if you want to watch. For real. Happy to have you. His old viral commercial. Sammy Stevens. No, I haven't seen that. Here, let me look it up real quick. Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm definitely gonna watch this. Oh, Robert, she probably lived down in, like, Schnell Isle or Shore Acres or something where they're, like, almost below sea level. Because yeah, you're right, dude. Every time a hurricane would come through, it would bring all that fucking storm surge with it, and it would just, like, absolutely wreck houses down there. That's why, like, a bunch of the houses over in Coquina Key right now are on, like, stilts. They're not all on stilts, but a bunch of them are. All right, Amish Paradise. I'm gonna keep this Sammy Steven flea market commercial. I have the video pulled up on a different. I have it on a separate tab, so I'm just going to keep that off to the side because I want to watch that later. Yeah, exactly, Peace Dynamo. Yeah. See, they only care about the environment and shit when it's expedient for them to protest publicly over it. That's it. That's the only time they care about it. Otherwise, like yesterday when we were covering over in Los Angeles when they blocked off that highway, as they pushed everybody back, they left so much trash and bullshit in the street that it was like, you know, hey, where's all the climate protesters today? You know what I mean? They just didn't get the memo. Because we know for sure that the climate protesters would have been counter-protesting all the people littering all over Los Angeles and burning cars. Like, because that's a fact, right? Like, all those climate protesters would have for sure been vehemently against all the damage that was done to Los Angeles the past few days. They would have sided with the police, right? Jesus fucking Christ, James. You cannot... We've moved past that conversation, bud. You're more than welcome to stick around. But I'm not going to engage with a conversation we've already been over. Like, it's done. I didn't mean to chap your ass that fucking bad, dude. It's not a big deal. Come on, buddy. But 2 blocks, remember? 2 blocks. Yeah, Abe, no shit, dude. Mel would just go on and on and on and on and on and on and on the same subject. Couldn't let it go. Yeah, this is definitely Mel. This is Mel's real name, you know? His name is actually James. But this is his dead name account, you know what I mean? Oh, he's so hurt. Oh, man, James. James, I'm sorry I hurt you. Hold on. James, I got something for you. We'll break away from this for just a second. This is for you, buddy. This is for you.
Tony Hayward, CEO of DP. Tearing a hole into another dimension is a tragedy that should have never happened. And as CEO, I would like to say, we're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry.
Oh, James.
Sorry.
I didn't know it hurt you so bad, buddy. I didn't mean to do that.
There have been students from various schools playing in the golf.
I'm so sorry, James. From the bottom of my heart. I didn't mean to do it. Please forgive me. So let's get back to the riots. Anyway.
Like I bought a pair of boots.
Alright, Joe. Fuck your head.
Hey! Oh! Donald Trump has got to go! 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 Hey!
Grifting! I need to start grifting, dude. For real. Once I get this channel monetized, boys, we're going to be grifting. But until then, I'm just here to make some content. You know what I'm saying? Is that supposed to be intimidating? I need, dude. I need to get a StreamYard. I think that's going to be the next play. We'll be doing it for sure, bro. We'll be doing it. Yeah, I know, dude. Who's the leader of the club that's made for you and me? MICKEY MOUSE. Just there's like that was the most energy I've seen out of this march so far. I can fix her. Holy shit, Panchuchin. Fucking home run, dude. That was hilarious. Oh shit. Yeah, man. Hell yeah, Ashton. Oh shit, dude. What's up, Bubba? You okay? You alright? You want up here? Come here, Bubba. Come here. Hey, come here, Bears. Oh, you come here, buddy. You come here. Oh, yes, sir. That's my boy. This my boy. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, no, dude. Panchuchin, that was a fucking grand slam, bro. That shit was hilarious. Don't worry, buddy. Oh, what's up, Bubba? You okay? You okay? What's up, Bubba? You alright? You can, brother. You can. Here. Pet the dog. Pet the dog. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I got you. You're good. Hey guys, hold on. I gotta make a work call real quick. Give me just a sec, okay? sorry about that, guys. But again, oh wait, 1 minute. I get pretty mad when I tell Chick-fil-A no ice, but this is a bit extreme. Yeah, no shit. Especially in that lemonade, dude. That lemonade, as little ice as possible. You know what I mean? Like if anything, they can give it to me with no ice at all, and I'll add ice to my heart's desire. I guess these folks must really like that lemonade, dude. No, James, it wasn't. I do logistics from home, so it was solely just me calling a guy that I work with pretty closely. That's all. No hard feelings, James. It's all this shit's in good fun. I hope you realize that. Yeah. Well, the world may never know. We'll leave it there. See, now I will say this, no problem with this at all, right? As long as this doesn't devolve into a bunch of like glass smashing and other bullshit. Yeah. As long as this doesn't evolve into glass smashing and throwing fireworks at folks and throwing piss bottles and shit. If it doesn't devolve into that, this is perfectly fine. You know what I mean? This is nothing like it has been the past couple days. Now, granted, if left unchecked, this will turn into that. It is annoying, though. Oh, 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're just protesting. I agree with everyone's right to protest and do whatever the fuck they want. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, what? Why is it white? Why is the screen white? Hold on. There we go. Okay, sorry. I had my my fucking Outlook up, and I guess it was blanking out the screen. My bad, guys. Sorry about that.
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA.
Panchujan, yeah, I for sure.
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA.
That chick smells like Cool 100s. And fucking Steel Reserve, you know what I mean? This is you'll see this same thing a lot of the times when you take a kid's toy away. They start stamping their feet and crying. This is what happens. Yeah, no, 100%, Judge. That's what I'm saying. Like they literally have no power to stop this. They're getting fucking spanked right now. Like they have no choice but to let them go because they have no element of crowd control. But they're also being peaceful. So they're not smashing windows. They're not fucking lighting cars on fire like they were in Los Angeles. But you know, like, societally, they've already ruined, in a general sense, sentiment towards the cause. Because these guys can be peaceful, but this entire thing was started with literally days of lighting shit on fire, burning cop cars, throwing cinder blocks through windshields, throwing piss bottles. Like this entire movement has been marred by the retards in Los Angeles who wanted to agitate things. It's already there. It's already been done. But the movement's already been marred. You know what I mean? It is well organized, 100%. They were probably serious with people about, hey, don't go fucking destroying shit. Just march through the streets. But for the last 4 days, we've been watching people fucking burn cars in the streets, throw piss bottles at cops, smash windows, loot stores. Kind of hard to get a foothold on your movement after that. Yeah, no, 100%. If anything, this kind of thing is just going to drive even more anti-immigrant sentiment. Especially with the way they started this whole thing. Seeing signs like that, one mustache away from fascism. People are so fucking tired of that, dude. See, so when it comes to, oh, hold on. I talked to one of my friends in LA last night, and he said it's mostly in small areas. He was unaffected, and the streets were clean before nightfall. He was saying the media is blowing it up. Dude, I don't know, man. Watching the live feeds of all that over the past few days. It's not necessarily the media. It looks incredibly bad. The cops looked totally fucking incompetent for 2 days, and then they finally got their asses in gear. And then the governor wanted to bitch and moan that Donald Trump had sent people over to protect the federal building. They did nothing in regards to crowd control. All they did was protect the federal building. And instead of thanking him for giving his own street cops the Now, James, that's not what you said, bro. That's not what you said. We were talking about Chicago when you said that earlier. I didn't care until there were police telling me I couldn't go out after 7 p.m. Yeah, but I mean that... They were just trying to stop anything like what happened in LA for the past couple days from happening. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like, Woodfin's handle, and see, like, the crazy thing is, Woodfin marched with them earlier that day. The police force marched with them earlier that day. Okay, James, well, if that's the case, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, at the same time, dude, if people weren't going out and, like... Woodfin's response to that was solely based around the way things happened in other major cities. And he wanted to prevent something like that from happening. So, I get, like, where your connection to Trump comes from. Yeah. Woodfin himself marched with them. And, if you don't remember, that Confederate statue over in the park, which I know people may find this to be an unpopular opinion in more right-wing circles, but that Confederate statue had no reason to be in that park. Like, Birmingham wasn't even a city when the Confederacy was around. You know what I mean? Yeah, without a doubt, Ashton. Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's one of the craziest things about all this shit to me is the fact that it's one of the craziest things to me is that like fundamentalist Islam is incredibly hardcore, like authoritarian conservative, right? They wouldn't accept any of their like liberal kind of changes in beliefs and things that they want to establish. They'd kill you for it. Seriously. They'd cut your head off in the street. But the thing is, they're not white. That's why they can support the same political ideology. Because they're not white. That's what it comes down to. They need oppressed classes to vote for them so they can maintain their own power. That's it. That's all it is. And these, like, all these folks out here that are marching and holding up flags and stuff, they're all just useful idiots. I mean, I don't disagree with you, Judge, like, at all. I don't disagree with you. But I understand why he did it. He was probably aiming more to stay away from the peace, or to keep the peace. You know what I mean? To not agitate protesters into rioting or anything like that. Huge straw man. Let's hear it, buddy. But yes, no, he did march with them. And the police force marched with them as well. And he took down that statue over in the park. He basically, like, bent over and gave them all of their demands, and they still started rioting. So that's when he said, you know what, fuck y'all, and he called in the cops. Like, I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, he tried to play the like, give-in politician, and they still fucking rioted. So, that's... shows what you get for siding with the mob. You know what I mean? They don't give a shit what concessions you make. They don't care. They always want more. Yeah, isn't that funny, Judge? Isn't that funny? Well, I mean, like, James, religious conservatism is evil unless they're Islam. Because then they're oppressed, right? You're not going to find a bunch of Christian conservatism over in the Middle East. Yeah? No, dude, I agree. It's fucking horrible. I'm anti-war. I have no argument to that statement right there. But like, if we're gonna make this about like the Palestine thing, I don't have anything to say about that. I'm talking about Islam in general, and people who are. Yeah, I have compassion. I don't know how what I'm saying leads to anyone thinking I don't have compassion. What I'm saying is the people who orchestrate these movements are utilizing people in Islam to try to drag them over to their side. They're just doing it out of appeasement. It has nothing to do with actually caring about Islam. Like if you look at Islamic governance over in other countries, yeah, no one's advocating for Islamic people to be slaughtered. No one's advocating for that. So, like, I agree. But at the same time, if you look at the way that, like, predominantly Islamic countries run, no, it doesn't, not at all. If you look at the way that predominantly Muslim countries run their governance, it's very incredibly fucking conservative. Incredibly. So they appeal to these people. You may not be able to see that. See, this is the collectivist mindset, and this is why it's so dangerous, because you can't help but divide people into groups instead of taking individual people by their own individual character. That doesn't exist. You need the division so you can, like, create things like intersectionality. If you don't have those divisions and you just see people as individuals instead of dividing everybody into groups for data points, people in general, the reason they're doing anything related to Islam in the protests because they're against what's going on in Gaza. I'm not sure what your point is. But that has nothing to do with Mexican immigrants. What does that have to do with deporting Mexican immigrants? We weren't even talking about them. Yeah, they're a bunch of shitheads, dude. Of course they're individuals. What does that matter? This isn't some divided group in our society, brother. I'm looking at a crowd of people. Not talking about, well, it's the... And that's why it's not going to do anything. There's no cohesive message. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Out of one side of your mouth, you're saying, fuck ICE, and on the other side of your mouth, you're saying, fuck Israel. That's essentially what you're saying. And these two things have nothing to do with each other. They're not drawing in... Yeah, they're not drawing in any, like, support for these causes. The only people who are out here protesting and the only people who will enjoy watching these things from a supportive standpoint are people who already agreed with it. And they're just like... They're just... What are you talking about, James? I was never talking about... I was responding to a comment in chat from Ashton saying, I love how they support an Islamic-based religion, but their LGBTQ would be flying with the birds. That's what I was responding to. Very general critique of Islam. I wasn't even talking about Gaza in particular. Like, I see where you're coming from. I'm just letting you know where I was coming from. Do you know what I'm saying? And Abe, that's a great point. They're not acting as individuals right now. They're acting in unison. And I'm not dividing them based on any, like, individual characteristics. They're a bunch of people.
I'm a professional kick.com live streamer. You said 420's huge. What do you got? How many bots on that news channel? What are we talking about here? You think 420 individual establishment is bad?
I don't know what this, like, I can't really hear what the guy's saying, so I want to turn it down. I could turn it back up. I'm just, when I was getting the LA protest the other day, man, those lefties love to use that F slur, buddy. Let me tell you, holy. See, I don't know about any of that stuff, Judge. See, look at this shithead. He's saying, please, dude, just go. Stop taking pictures. It's this in particular. That's what I meant by you're not attracting anybody to this cause. If you're going to be a shithead like that, even if you're not smashing windows, but if you're going to treat people like that as you're walking by, you're not attracting anybody to the cause. It's not helping what you believe at all. I would have to look more into that, Judge. I really have no idea about that, bro. See, these people who are cheering, they already agree with it, right? But over the past few days, just all the damage and stuff that we've seen, even if it's overblown by the media, even if it was only in a small part of LA, the general sentiment towards this movement is already marred with what had to be done to contain it. I'm just glad no one got killed. Like, this is not popular in a general sense across the country. And even still, even with these protests, which have so far done nothing but hurt their own cause, the general popular opinion on this is that illegal immigrants should be deported. He is still above water on his support for the mass deportations. And that's a CNN poll. No, I mean, it's attracting people that already believe in it. People can come from all over the city and join something if they hear about it's going on. You know what I mean? But if it was attracting people, Trump would be underwater with his support for this. And he's just not. And especially in Chicago, this is like a deep blue city. You know what I mean? It's in this city, you predominantly have people who vote Democrat. Can't argue that. So if you do events like this that support an idea that people already agree with, more people are going to come. That's just the facts, dude. Like, if they were to do one of these marches, and you know they'd probably get a few people to do a march in like a deep red city or something, but it wouldn't grow to something like this without the general support. All right, James, now do Democrats. What was their support at? I forget. See, that's bad, buddy. That's not good. Yeah, without a doubt. 100%. I agree. Yeah. 100%. No, dude, have I not been calling out Trump this entire stream? I know you're getting here late, but I've been critical of Trump for quite a while. You showed up and started swinging. So of course I'm going to dog on you and your side, right? Like, you have no idea how the conversation has gone. Yeah, since you've been here. I mean, come on, dude. You kind of opened me up. You opened yourself up to that. Since you've been here. And you don't do, like, you really aren't doing your side any favors by coming in and being a fucking shithead. But he is above water on immigration. Let's be very clear about that. CNN just released a poll showing that. And that's a CNN poll. Thanks, Panchuchin. I really appreciate it, man. For sure. All right, Ashton. Yeah, I'm probably gonna head out too. I'll go ahead and do this. James, please, by any means, anytime you want to come back, you're more than welcome to come into the stream. That's fine. I love having pushback on what I say. It's how I grow as an individual. So please come back anytime. Yeah, but it's above water. Anyway, guys, thank y'all. I appreciate the support today, man. It means so much, bro. Seriously, it means a ton. I'm very grateful. Thank y'all for coming in and interacting in chat and pushing for more subs. Like, it really means a lot to me, bro. Like, I'm just trying to. Yeah, please come back. That's fine. Thank you, Judge. Thank you for coming in. You guys rock. I really appreciate it. I will see y'all again tomorrow, man. We'll cover some more shit.